Yes, hi, hello, and welcome back to the Gooncast for the second annual Golden Rockos. 2022 is over, and we're now in the hellscape that is 2023 because all of the 2020s is hell.
Fuck you, it's January!
Oh my god. Hey everybody. Thanks for being on this journey with us for 2 fucking years, y'all.
Hell yeah. 2 years, you were with us through the rocky working it out process. My god, this podcast has reached 3.5 hours.
I thought you were gonna mention us watching Resident Evil Netflix.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get there.
Or us trying to watch some other stuff, but
we'll get there.
Oh boy.
But yeah, everybody, the second annual Golden Rockos are upon us. Our favorite time of the year.
Woo!
Our end of season celebration.
Oh my god. Are y'all pumped? I'm fucking pumped. I can't wait. There's there was some rough shit in 2022, but there was also we ate good.
Yeah,
there
did.
There was some good shit in 2022. There
was.
I'm just looking at that. Even my honorable mentions list was 20 strong for a while, where I was like, oh, what do I cut down? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not looking at my actual Excel sheet where I listed everything I liked that could be an honorable mention, but just in terms of what I have officially that I just briefly wanted to rabble off on, I have 6.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah, actually I do. I also have 6.
Oh, I also have 6 honorable mentions.
Hey, welcome to the first annual 6 honorable mentions.
The number of the beast.
All right, we should before we get started, we should introduce ourselves as usual.
Shit.
I'm your boy Cat, aka the Attack Cat on Twitch. Dialogue designer by day, writer / horror artist / whatever, variety streamer kind of by night.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah, and I'm your girl, the Valley Jester, Lee Alder.
Hey.
What it do, what it does do.
What it does.
I'm a horror and fantasy enthusiast by night, and oh goodness, of course, our esteemed master of ceremonies.
Fuck you, you know who I am. Yeah. Anyways, let's go.
Yeah.
The man, the myth,
the hack
the
fraud
maniac.
Legend.
Yeah. So
he's being so humble. Saber 0307.
Yeah, there you go. So we're switching things up slightly because I believe we introduced the "What are you up to" thing midway through this past year, and rather than save it for the end, we're actually going to quickly do it at the start.
Yeah, just bang it out right now.
Just bang it out, and then then we'll start rolling into our disappointments. Although I guess before we even roll into the disappointments, we'll explain the rules. So we'll explain the rules after because you got to explain the rules for your top 10s, otherwise people are going to get all pissy.
Yes, absolutely. I can go first if nobody
take us
else
away,
wants
Kat.
to. All right.
Yeah,
so what I've been up to, very brief, 1 or 2 sentences on each of these things. I watched Kenneth Branagh's Death on the Nile.
Nice.
Which was decent. I think that I didn't need an origin story for Poirot's mustache, and I definitely didn't need it to be completely nonsensical because scar tissue can't grow hair, but whatever.
Yeah.
But ultimately I think that it was pretty good. It was a good I was kind of on a glass onion. Ooh, I want weird detective stories. Let's watch a Poirot. It was a fine Poirot. Then I watched The Menu. Which is it's a horror satire, starring Ralph Fiennes and Anya Taylor-Joy. I enjoyed it a lot. My husband was not as keen on it. I think the satire is very subtle, I think, in a lot of ways. I think if you are already in on the joke, it's very funny, but I think for those of you who aren't, or maybe it reminded me a lot of my issues with Us in that regard, where I think they went a little bit too into the they relied too heavily on the metaphor to carry everything, and not enough on making the actual action of the plot make sense, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So
okay,
I still think it's worth watching because I think they're I think it is funny. So and then also Will and I have been playing Pentiment, which is a medieval murder mystery, like point and click adventure game.
Okay.
And it is fantastic so far. We are
Cool.
I think about halfway through the game at this point, and like there have been slow moments that are very, I think, in keeping with like how adventure games tend to go, but it has a lot in common with like, early Ace Attorney games and some early point and click adventure games that I've played personally, like Longest Journey, that sort of thing. So if you're into that sort of thing, I think definitely pick up Pentiment. It's very cool, very fun.
Hell yeah, and that's a rousing recommendation from the point and click mystery master of the podcast.
Yes,
Hell
absolutely. Yeah. So,
well,
boys.
I've had a very svelte week, so I'll just bang mine out real quick. I had a delicious double feature of Knives Out and Glass Onion with the missus. Knives Out, absolutely loved it. Glass Onion, as and where I was talking with Mrs. Valley Jester and saying, "Hey, you liked Bullet Train, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Do you like the idea of a bunch of like weird gimmicky characters all out on a murder mission after one person?" And she's like, "Yeah, it worked for me in Bullet Train." I said, "Sweet, buckle up for Smoking Aces."
Oh, yes. You rewatched it?
It was my first time watching it in like over 5 years.
Oh my god.
And,
what did the missus think?
What a delightful piece of shit. I love that movie. She was thoroughly amused. With just about everything except for like 60% through the movie, this weird kung fu kid shows up who's like off his medication, and it's a really like product of its time bad humor, like cringe fest. So other than that kid showing up, it's such a ball. If you haven't seen Smoking Aces, you all gotta go check that out. It's brilliant.
Absolutely.
And then a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive because Bridget is best girl.
There you go.
Excellent.
As for me, just same old shit with Twitch. I started my Extra Life 2023 support immediately as soon as the new year began. As a team, we've already gotten a couple members to join up early and start their support early, and collectively thus far we've already raised about $160.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was fast.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, because so few people are participating this early, this does put us at rank 40 something for teams. So we're in the top 50, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. For the keys.
And then
excellent.
The last thing that I want to mention, it took a long while. I spent a lot of 2023 trying to apply for the Capcom Creators Program, and at the tail end of 2023, I finally made it in. So, yeah, that's cool.
We're in the Capcom Creators Program, baby.
Yeah, for those who aren't aware, basically it's like Capcom's support group thingy for influencers, YouTubers, streamers, that sort of thing. You can officially join their Capcom stream team. And you get early access to games sometimes, promotional material, insight, can provide feedback, etc., etc., etc. And I really think Back to Ghoul kind of helped just with the sheer volume of Capcom horror that I went through. So I think, but yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Yeah,
we here at the Gooncast are gigantic fans of Capcom, so it's
absolutely.
It's a very appropriate partnership that has spawned.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah. It's very good.
So what you need to do is, pull a couple of strings, talk to the right people.
Resident Evil Netflix 2, you got it.
Oh no, life-size Cammy statue.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right,
you goons.
Doing arts and crafts with Jill, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's scissoring?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
it's gonna be a good episode, folks.
Anyway, speaking of scissoring, let's talk about our disappointments.
Yes. First, we should mention
the rules. Yes.
Yeah.
The rules.
So, Lee, you wanna fill us in on how this goes down?
Absolutely. So on the Golden Rockos here, just like last year, we found the layout that works for us. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. We have 3 separate categories. We have our top 10 best pieces of media for the year. We have the top 5 worst and the 3 most disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the rules are these are pieces of media that we have consumed in 2022. They do not have to be made in 2022. They could have been released at any time. This is just when we've consumed it. We call it the donkey rule.
Yep.
We also follow the Evan Irwin Magic Show rule of, as we go through the list, if something on our list is ranked higher on someone else's, we were given an indicator by a neutral third party.
In this case, Aaron Thomas, our good buddy.
In this case, Aaron Thomas. Yeah. Thank you for doing that for us.
Yeah, thanks, man.
And we will postpone conversation about that piece of media until it is at its highest point on someone's list, so it's at the most hype.
Yeah, yeah. Because we feel like even if it's higher on the worst or higher on the bummers, it's the level of passion is equal to the ranking. So
exactly.
That person should lead the speech.
Indeed.
Yeah. So let's get this party started. We're going in the order of Lee, then Kat, then myself. So Lee, kick us off with your disappointments, baby.
Okay. Well, in a strange curveball for the second annual Golden Rockos, we do have a 4th category this year. It is called Barbarian, and it is for outstanding of Barbarian. My entry on the list is Barbarian. Kat.
Yes.
Do you have an entry for the Barbarian list?
I do. It's Barbarian.
Oh yes, Barbarian. Yes, that's my entry too.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we avoided the awkwardness of all having it on our list there. All right, perfect. Well, let's just go straight into the most disappointing category. Number 3. So this is a strange one because in a first for constructing my list for the Golden Rockos, I had something that was previously listed in the top 10 best, and then it became so disappointing, I dropped it into this category.
Man, we're starting off with spice, baby. Let's go!
Yeah, holy shit,
Lee. We're starting off not fucking around.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm ready to find out.
So number 3 on my list is Dragula Titans. Dragula is a series on Shudder. It is a drag fashion drama sort of series.
Okay.
For those of you who may not be into the drag scene, you've probably heard of RuPaul's Drag Race. It's, reality show competition. But Dragula focuses specifically on what are called drag monsters. They are a variety of drag queen who like to do very either special effects heavy outfits and costumes, very horror themed. Dragula follows a credo of drag, filth, horror, glamour being its major 3 tenets. And I absolutely fell in love with Dragula when I first started watching it. Just like any reality show that you get invested in, you start to quickly pick your favorites. There's lots of various little spicy, amounts of tea and drama going on. And then you pick your favorites and you root for them. I'm a shameless simp for Hoso Teratoma, who is a delightful queen out of South Korea.
Nice.
But the most recent season of the show, Dragula Titans, was, as the name would suggest, like a gathering of all the best competitors from the 4 seasons of the show, duking it out for who is the best of the best. And for some reason, they decided to focus way more on the backstage drama portions and much less on the art. And it culminated in the biggest wet fart of a finale, where in the lead up to the announcement of the final winner of this whole gauntlet, In Carrie fashion, the winner would be crowned with a bucket of blood. And we didn't get any sort of crowning ceremony for the winner. We got like literally just a headshot appearing on screen and a voiceover of the host saying the name of the winner. And then it shamelessly launched into a 3-minute commercial for their world tour and how you could buy tickets to give them money. The entire thing became a shameless advertisement for the hosts and their brand.
Nice.
Oh, no.
That's great. That's great.
So,
very fun.
This thing that was just such a cool expression of like LGBT culture and horror, and it was like Face Off with like more catty bitchiness, and then they just. It was shameless at the end. The hosts dedicated half of the final episode to being like an advertisement for their podcast. It was dreadful. So,
sounds great.
Yeah. What started as a great little show and this wonderful expression of artistic, alt culture, became one big fucking slogan for a lunchbox. So Dragula Titans is my number 3 most disappointing.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah,
that was a bummer.
But incredibly fitting to have it be on the disappointing list because it's something you liked, but that like shit the bed ultimately, right?
Oh yeah, I had Dragula on my 10 best for like 9 months out of this year.
Yeah.
And then that Titan series ended, and oh boy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Damn. All right. Well, I am gonna get started with. I have a couple of dishonorable mentions that I think they fall more under the bummers list for me than the worst of. I do have a dishonorable mention that is definitely a worst of, so I'll save that one for our worst of list.
Yeah,
And I'm saying this because my number 3 on the bummers list is actually higher on someone else's list. So I won't be talking about my number 3, but I will talk about some disappointments right now for, that weren't even quite disappointing enough to make the list. So, surprising no one, Halloween Ends is very close to putting that somewhere on a list, and it kind of just ended up being so meh that it just kind of fell through the cracks.
Evil shrugs tonight.
Basically, evil shrugs tonight. Then I'm going to say I've got 2 entries from Marvel, which should probably come as no surprise. I don't talk about Marvel stuff that much. I wouldn't consider myself that big of a Marvel fan in general. But I do still consume, it's popcorn media. It's just kind of like, hey, like we're just a little feel-good show or like a cutesy little thing to put on in the background. But Thor: Love and Thunder was really disappointing, especially since I loved Christian Bale playing a villain like that. Like, I just wanted more of that.
I heard he was great.
Around him,
yeah, I heard his performance as Gore was pretty cool.
He was so cool, but everything around him was just kind of like, meh. It didn't quite get to the level. Some people were like, oh my god, it's the worst Marvel movie ever. No, it's not. Like, it's fine. It's just meh, And then the next one is going to be a little bit controversial. And I'm saying this because the things I liked about the show were the things people didn't like about the show, and the things I found disappointing about the show were the things people liked about the show. I watched all of She-Hulk, and it started. The first episode was like awful because it's just generic superhero origin story. You had cameo from the Hulk, which was just like, okay, I don't care, I don't care about this stuff. But then there was this beautiful middle chunk of episodes from like episode 2 to like around maybe episode 6 or 7, where it was a lot of like her figuring out herself, and it was also a lot of like quirky lawyer drama. And Will and I like really dug it. We were really into it. We were like, oh man, like this is so fun, and it's getting so good. And then they got really, really meta. And
yeah, I heard about how it ended.
Same.
Yeah, and I I have heard from people on Twitter and online and other spaces that like that's how She-Hulk is. Like She-Hulk the comic is a very meta comic, and I'm like, I guess I don't like She-Hulk then because the stuff I really liked was like the slice of lawyer life drama that was happening, where it was her kind of like grappling with her identity issues and also being a kick-ass lawyer and also like helping all of these people. Like it was kind of like a more lighthearted Better Call Saul up until it became just a generic Marvel show. And I was like, man, that's really a bummer, because I thought all of the actors were great. I thought the credits were really fun because they were done in like this like courtroom drawing style, which was like, oh,
that's groovy.
Yeah, it's cute. But yeah, it's just I was gonna slot it somewhere in bummers, and then it just kind of just ended up being no, it's just nowhere. It just yeah. So those are my 3 dishonorable bummer mentions.
Okay. Shameful display.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but
so
Jam?
I guess that leaves me.
It does leave you.
Quick bit of honorable mentions for disappointments. The Black Phone, because it's fine.
Think about that fucking movie.
Yeah.
It could have been so much better, but it was just disappointment. And
that one
kind
actually
of
got kicked off. That one actually got kicked off my dishonorable mentions list.
Oh man,
that's how meh it was.
Yeah.
I was like, Halloween Ends was worse. So
the next was Nightmare of Decay, which is this little indie horror game that came out at the start of the year. It's $5, so I can't be too mad at it. And it to its credit, it does a lot of the stuff that I like about horror games. Like the Metroidvania tying itself into OG Resident Evil type stuff. But what makes it disappointing for me is it has no fucking identity of its own. It exists entirely off of references to OG Resident Evil and OG Silent Hill. And it's like, when I start seeing Spanish cultists from Resident Evil 4 and a character who is clearly James Sunderland as an NPC, I'm like, this is... Guys.
No.
Stop it.
No.
Please.
Try harder.
Please.
Yeah. Do better.
My next honorable question mark mention is Mad God. It's a movie that I still think about, and I don't know. I still don't know why I don't like it, and I it's mostly on here because I'm disappointed in myself for not liking it. I don't understand it. And then my last honorable question mark mention is the one that Matt gave me shit for, Aaron Thomas gave me shit for. It's a tie between Scream 5 and Nope.
Ooh. Okay, we're bringing the spice.
Both of these...
Here's flow.
I want to get this out of the way. I love both of these fucking movies, and they were strong contenders for my best of list.
Yep.
Okay. But I've mentioned it a couple times where they both did the exact same fucking thing, where a character decides to act like a fucking idiot because the movie wants them to die. Yeah. And that really kind of killed like my enthusiasm for both movies. To its credit, Kat, Nope was a bit better at it. It wasn't quite as egregious as Scream 5's.
Yes, Scream 5 was very, the movie needed it to happen. Nope felt like it justified it more.
Yeah, it still felt out of nowhere, and I didn't like it in Nope, but
I don't disagree necessarily, but...
Yeah, it's with Scream 5, like, I don't want to get into it, like, I know a lot of people are pissed off at this particular twist because of what it is. That's not me. I'm kind of fine with that. It's more of just the build-up for it was so incredibly fucking dumb. Mm-hmm. It just required characters to throw all logic out the window for a couple minutes so somebody could die.
Yeah.
Anyways, with all that shit out of the way...
Your number 3!
My number 3 is a PS2 survival horror title called Kuon. It's from Software. It's one of the sort of holy trinity of expensive as fuck PlayStation 2 survival horror games because they sold like shit and were released in limited amount. Typically you can find a
Haunting
copy.
Ground and Rule of Rose?
Yeah, Haunting Ground and Rule of Rose are the other two. Kuon is, I think, a bit on the pricier side. A lot of used copies for this go between like $800 to $1,000.
Oh.
It's expensive as fuck.
That's a lot of copies of Nuki.
Yeah. It takes place. I was really hoping that I was gonna like it a fuck ton because I like the other ones. I like PS2 survival horror. I like From Software, and it does do a lot of things right. It's set in like feudal Japan, and you star as two different priestesses, I believe, Japanese priestesses, and you're going through this spooky mansion that's kind of haunted by spooky ghosts. And the plot is barely comprehensible, and then you go through both campaigns and you unlock a brief third epilogue campaign that doesn't really explain much. Gameplay was a little too tedious. The explanation for like why you can't go down certain hallways was really weak. Like, oh my god, this rack of clothing that I could easily step over got knocked over, so I can't walk down this hallway.
I can't move a desk.
Yeah, it was just... A lot of it was just really bland and boring, and it had really strong atmosphere. Occasionally, there was like... They just throw random jump scares at you for no reason, and that was kind of weak. And
that sucks.
For whatever... One of the things, too, that kind of kills all tension in a survival horror game is there's a button that immediately allows you to heal, like, without the cost of any resources. You just gotta stand there and hold it. That's it.
Fuck that.
So it's like, all you have to do is, like, you go into a room, you do damage to monsters, second you're about to die, you just leave the room, and you just hold the button, and then you're fully healed, and you go back in, and the monsters aren't healed, so you can just finish them off. I mean, sure, you can choose to, like, not do that, but if it's there, why am I not going to use it?
Oh, no.
Well, you said this was FromSoft?
Yeah, this is FromSoft during their... Back before they did nothing but Soulsborne games, where they did a bunch of experimental shit.
All right, I got two questions then. One, is the Moonlight Sword in this game?
I don't think so. I think there might be a Moonlight Sword spell equivalent.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, then my second question. My second question is, if this doesn't have the Moonlight Sword, why is it not number one on your worst list?
For really strong reasons.
Wink, wink.
We'll get there. God damn it.
For all the good things we had this year, we had some shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah.
So that's my number 3. Possibly one of the games I was looking forward to the most about Back to Goal 2022, and definitely the most disappointing game from Back to Goal 2022.
Damn.
All right. Well, talking about having high expectations, you ever have one of those dream scenarios where you keep wondering, wow, what if they take this IP that I really, really like and merge it together with this play style that I think would make it really, really cool? Like, wouldn't it be amazing if someday they actually made a Pokemon game that was an open world adventure? God, think of the possibilities.
That'll be cool.
Number 2 on my list is Pokemon Violet and Scarlet.
Hey, that was number 3 on my list.
Hell yeah, let's go. All right, where do we fucking start?
Yeah, we kind of already had a bit of a rant session about all the issues we had with this.
2 of them.
Yeah, actually.
My personal thoughts I'll keep quite brief because I have given out about this a bit before on the podcast. If you're going to make a game open world, have there be a purpose for it to be open world, because nothing pisses me off more than traversing wide open pieces of land for absolutely no reason. There is a fucking crater in the middle of the desert that spirals down into darkness, and I'm like, oh, what's going to be down here? Like, if this were any other game, I would think, what cool item is down here, or what boss is down here, or what Easter egg that's like a cool wink from the developer. And I went down there,
down here,
and there was a fucking paralyze heal. I'm done.
Yeah.
this is not on my worst list because I'm a sucker for the Pokemon formula.
Yes.
And I recognize that.
Yes.
Second, I believe as far as the new Pokemon go, they had some very interesting designs. It was not nearly as much of a garbage fire as other generations, new monsters have been. Some great character designs. Obviously some lacked. You can't bat fucking excellence all the time. I don't know why there's a fucking 5-year-old in the Elite Four. I don't know.
But don't you love Flamingo Lawn Ornament Pokemon?
I don't mind the Flamingo so much.
I hate the Flamingo.
Eating sandwiches.
Look, all that bad stuff is leveled out by like depressed salaryman gym leader.
That's true.
And like great. Cute snowboarding boy gym leader. I'll look past the lawn ornament. But if you're gonna do an open world game, have there be a fucking point to it. There was no reason for this to be as open world as it was to fill it with that little content.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could take up a whole lot of time talking about shortcomings, so I won't because there's other things to give out about.
Yeah, exactly. And just to add to that, and also because I agree with every single one of your points, by the way. But to add to it, and also as a segue to my number 2, I think that the big reason for me why this ended up on my disappointments list, well, okay, it's twofold. One, because I did not expect this to be a good game. Like, it was not, my expectations were very low, right? Mm-hmm. But I think my expectations were at the minimum that the quality of life improvements that I saw and the like interesting new developments that I saw in Arceus, I thought they would carry more over into a mainline Pokemon game and make it really cool, and it didn't. And that was a bummer for me. But that leads me to my next point, which is that Pokemon Game Freak needs to give up this shitty development cycle that they have going.
Absolutely.
The fact that they're like grinding these people to fucking dust to get these out on their schedule is how we're ending up with these things. And I know Pokemon will just fucking print money, so it doesn't matter, but like we need to not do that. Yeah. On a similar note, my number 2 was a game from a company that I have actually come to really, really like a lot of their games. They had rough starts for a few of them, but especially the things that we've played this year have all been really solid entries, except for this one, and it's pretty much explicitly because they released it like less than 6 months after their last game.
Oh, I know where you're going with this one, baby.
Yeah, so it's The Devil in Me.
The Devil in Me.
The Devil in Heart.
Yeah, I want to be very, very clear that I do not blame the bugs and the I blame the rushed development for everything I hate about The Devil in Me. I didn't like Little Hope and I didn't like Man of Medan, but The Quarry and House of Ashes showed me that they were improving. Like they've kind of like figured out their formula and now they're just like making really interesting choices. And The Devil in Me just felt like a step back in a lot of ways and awkward steps forward into Uncharted territory, which I don't think adds to your gameplay, guys. I don't think you should do Uncharted gameplay in these games because I don't think that is not what I come to your games for.
Yeah.
And doing it worse than Naughty Dog is worse than not doing it at all. Honestly,
I don't play these games to do balance beam shit.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah.
I think it had the terrible misfortune of coming after House of Ashes.
Yes.
Because House of Ashes showed us that this team has the ability to make it work. Yes. Because House of Ashes fucks.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It has some shortcomings.
It does, definitely.
It's a solid game.
Yes, it was so much fun. I've played it 3 times now with multiple people. And I don't think I'll go back to Devil in Me. And that's not, again, but also to their credit, they totally suckered me and James with that teaser.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna play the next one anyway. It doesn't fucking matter.
I mean, I probably was going to anyway because they're fun co-op streams, but the fact that it's in space, let's go.
Yeah, now I'm just excited.
Just stick with what worked in House of Ashes. Just bring back Salim.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Not even just the actor in a different role. No, bring back Salim.
Yes.
Whatever monster or threat is up there waiting for you on the space station, Salim will have that shit dealt with in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
On the subject of space, though, my number 2 most disappointing is Alien Isolation.
Oh shit!
Whoa! Oh, that is a bold choice.
Yeah. No, but a very good choice.
Give out,
so
dude.
On its plus side, the atmosphere is really goddamn strong, and it's definitely one of the better Alien games. And the memes about Jasper, or our pet nickname for the little Xeno that could, were really, really strong. As to why it's disappointing, it has about 8 to 12 hours worth of gameplay ideas stretched across about 20 hours of gameplay, and it got really fucking old and tedious by the end. It just really outstays its fucking welcome. On one hand, it's nice that, like, it's a fully realized game, and, like, you're definitely getting your money's worth, you're getting your bang for your buck, and it's not some ginormous open world type thing, but just the last chunk of that game was just such a fucking slog where I just wanted it to end. I swear that game has like 4 different fucking endings where I think it's going to end, and it's ramping up.
Yes.
And then it just...
It absolutely does.
LOL, there's more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you have another level. Oh, now you have to go out to get the eggs. Oh, now you have to spacewalk back inside. Oh, now you have to do that. And it's just like, shut up. Stop. Yeah.
And on that note, too, just I guess another point of topic, the androids just aren't really fun to deal with. I like dealing with the humans, and I like dealing with the alien, but dealing with the androids just sucks. It's just frustrating.
I don't know. I thought it was a really strong creative decision to have the androids hold you down, and while you're pressing a button prompt, they're saying "Do not resist." Buy our DLC. It is only $14.99 for the Survivors bundle.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah,
bold choice.
Bold choice. It's a mostly competent game. It's too fucking long. That's my problem. Is it's too fucking long.
Yeah.
That's
what worked. Yeah.
That's a bold choice. I'm glad you put that on there because that game has such a high amount of critical acclaim.
Yeah, it's mostly deserved.
Mm-hmm.
And Creative Assembly definitely were huge fans of the material, and it did the source material justice, unlike fucking Colonial Marines. And, like, I wish that it got a sequel, like a proper fucking sequel. But it's goddamn. On a side note, the only thing more disappointing than that in terms of like Alien Isolation stuff are the expanded universe comic books that take place after Alien Isolation, because comic book writers did what comic book writers do and do really stupid shit with the canon where, oh, you know that twist from Aliens where Amanda Ripley died on Earth? No, she's actually in stasis and everybody thinks she's dead, and then we're going to have her team up with Ripley later. Fuck you. Fuck you, comic book writers.
That's awful.
Fuck you. Fuck off.
That's
shit.
Bad.
So,
That's almost as bad as that time that they decided to have Hicks survive because there was a body swap.
Yeah.
God.
That was great.
Yeah, that was the fuck you, Colonial Marines as well. Anyways, yeah, that's number 2.
All right. So, actually a pretty nice segue of my number 1 on this list being something that did have a very big amount of critical acclaim.
Oh.
And I can see in some cases why, but look, I don't know if my expectations were too high or what, but we got to talk about what kind of space crank Nomura's been doing, because my number 1 is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Man, fuck that game.
All right. Final Fantasy VII was the most anticipated video game remake of all time. And what the fuck happened? Okay, we've got some gorgeous visuals.
Yep.
The game is beautiful.
Except for that door.
Except for that one door. We don't talk about Cloud's door. The game is absolutely gorgeous. I like the changes to the combat system, so it's not strictly the bar-based, turn-based system. I like what they changed with that. But Look, this is coming from the Kingdom Hearts guy, okay? Nomura needs to stop. Nomura needs to be stopped.
Yeah. Kitase needs to stop. Najima needs to stop. Lock them all away. Arrest him with Yuji Naka. Arrest him with Yuji Naka on the grounds of just putting out terrible art.
You had one job. You had one job, and it was to just remake the first game. I, like everybody else, got very concerned when we heard that it was going to be episodic, and episode 1 was going to be just the Midgar section. I don't know if y'all have played original FF7 recently, but that Midgar section is like 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 to 8 hours at most, and they stretched it to 50.
Oh no!
Yeah, Cat.
It's
no.
brutal.
Yeah, Cat.
So I don't know. Like I feel like if I start to dissect this too much, I'm gonna start rambling about it, and I'm gonna become an incoherent mess. But if you had one job, which is to make a remake, your job is to remake it. There were so many liberties taken with changing the plot structure, having it not be a remake and having it be a sequel in some fucked up time-bending sense because weird ghostly wieners are flying around, changing the flow of space-time.
That's the other thing to keep in mind, Kat. It says Final Fantasy VII Remake in the title, but it's a meta sequel. Because fuck you.
Lord,
it's Matrix 4. It's Matrix Resurrections.
No!
And then all that air of mystery around, like, oh, who is this Sephiroth guy? Fuck it, here he is. We'll show him to you.
Yeah,
have him till you're tired of him.
Yeah, you know how Silent Hill Homecoming like keeps shoving Pyramid Head in your face, Cat.
He doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, that's what they do here with Sephiroth. Imagine if they take the shark from Jaws and then like 2 minutes into the movie he pops out and does like a little sing and dance number at Chief Brody.
Love it.
Yeah,
I love it. That's wonderful.
I think they did a lot of things right, which is why I can't in good conscience put this in worst. The soundtrack is fantastic.
Yeah.
The visuals and the gameplay, wonderful. 90% of my problem with this is purely the narrative. It's purely the story. As
somebody who, if I did play it this year, would have easily put it in my bottom 5. Wall Market slaps. Wall Market is fucking fantastic. They nailed the fuck out of Wall Market. It's basically like a red light district, Cat, and they took this element from the original game of you have to go undercover to rescue somebody, and by dressing in drag, and made it an elaborate side quest with big Yakuza style song and dance energy type stuff, and it's fantastic. Like, there's a fucking DDR minigame. It's great. It's fantastic. I love it.
It's unironically
great. This is fucking strong. And the other positive I can say is I never really gave a shit about Eris, but this game is like, okay, she's very charming. I finally see the appeal to this character. But
for all the benefits they gave Eris and her character development, they butchered Cloud's.
No, 100%. 100%.
Cloud, Saber and I have had a few conversations about this off podcast, but we adore the fact that in the original game, Cloud is this fucking loser who like forged his resume.
Yeah,
he's not a hero. He's not a badass. He is a charlatan.
He's an amnesiac jobber who somehow managed to convince himself he was the hero. And through trial and adversity, by the end of the game, becomes a hero. And the writers of the remake failed to get that memo, and he's immediately a level 100 generic super anime protagonist from the get-go in FF7 Remake.
Yeah, so
slicing buildings in half and shit. It's goddamn it.
Yeah, my expectations and hopes were high. If you listened to our top 10 gaming or top 10 antagonists list, the Turks had a very prominent position on my list. Reno and Root are fantastic in this game. Tifa's fantastic in this game. Everything else, narratively and character-wise, pretty much blows. Final Fantasy VII Remake is number 1 on my most disappointing of 2022 list, and I have zero fucking interest in Rebirth.
That's okay. You could just watch me stream it.
Oh Lord.
No, and Gak needs to disappear.
You love
Gak
Gak.
needs to go join Nomura in whatever fuck dimension he's off in right now.
You love Gak.
You actually do.
No, I really don't. All right, next.
Oh my God.
Next.
All right. Okay, so my number one we kind of already touched on a little bit. My number one on bummers, we kind of already touched on a bit. And the reason this is on my bummers list is because I'm not sure if I hated it or if I enjoyed it. But what I am sure of is it was overhyped to shit by people who I think should have known better, that this really wasn't as special as they were making it out to be. Number one is Barbarian.
Hey!
Barbarian!
I foolishly listened to people online who were like, "Oh my god, this is gonna blow your mind. This is like, you're not fucking ready for this twist. Holy shit, oh my god." And then it's like, guys, I've already seen fucking Tusk. Like
Yeah.
I've seen Tusk, and I've seen.
We have Tusk at home.
Yeah, we have Tusk at home, and I've seen what's it called, the other one that takes place in Detroit with the creepy guy, Don't Breathe. I've seen Don't Breathe.
Yeah.
And this is just Tusk meets Don't Breathe, and I was expecting something like mind-blowingly fuck up, like we had like Werebabies or some shit like that, and then it was just nothing.
It was just the final monster from Quarantine and Wreck.
Yeah, exactly. It was just, you know, it was, and listen, I am not saying every movie needs to fucking reinvent the wheel, but what I am saying is that people who go online and talk about movies, maybe don't if you're not super learned on movies. Like,
Womp womp.
like, you know, like just like people who watch a lot of horror movies, they pick up on tropes and you know, common threads between these things. And if, you know, like, I'm not saying Get Out is bad because it was, you know, effectively Invasion of the Body Snatchers by another name, but Get Out was great because it was transformative. This work was not transformative, and I think people didn't like, listen, if you like Barbarian, if your mind was blown by Barbarian, I am not insulting you by any means. I'm just saying, maybe, like, give your recommendations with a grain of salt. That, like, I really, like, the thing I always do, right? Where I'm like, I really like this movie, but I really liked it because I like this kind of thing. Or I like X. Or, like, the thing that they did when they did Y is something that appeals to me as a viewer.
Mm-hmm.
For people who have seen shit like Martyrs or like Serbian film, this shit is like small potatoes. Like,
Womp womp.
don't fucking say it's gonna be the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life when like you haven't fucking seen the second Human Centipede movie. You know, like, shut up. Like,
yeah, and you know what? Let me go on the record, because now I don't think I'm ever going to get a chance to say something this controversial on the podcast, so I'm going to take my fucking shot. I actually think a Serbian film is a good movie.
Oh,
I haven't even seen it. So
it's a piece of shit.
It's awful.
That's
awful. What I hear. That's what I hear. Like, the only thing I
weirdly think it's a good movie.
I have in my restless dreams.
What a stunning and bold choice of words.
I have debated rewatching it just because it's been so long, and literally, like, after I watched it, I like scrubbed my mind of it because I'm just like, I was so disturbed by
it's horrible.
I saw that I'm like,
Pat, say no more. Future podcast episode. James has never seen a Serbian film.
We could actually probably watch like extremely disturbing films, and you know, actually I definitely wouldn't mind showing y'all some stuff that I find extremely disturbing but also extremely compelling artistically. So like,
yeah, that's fine.
You know, we'll see. But anyway, all that to say, yeah, Barbarian, kindly stop overhyping horror movies, everybody. Like, shut up.
Yeah. I think you nailed it when you can start to pick up on kind of like the tropes and trends that we are used to as horror enthusiasts. Like, maybe for the layman, Barbarian is something really new, which, to be fair, okay, maybe if they don't have much exposure to horror, that's fair. Like, sure. You know, Kat and I scraped the bottom of the Shutter barrel. Like, we unearthed some dank shit, you know?
Yeah.
We saw Skull the Mask. Skull the Mask is weirder than Barbarian.
Skull the Mask.
We did. Skull the Mask was more disturbing than Barbarian by far.
I don't even know if I like Skull the Mask, but I like it more than Barbarian.
Well, and that's the thing. Nobody was talking about that movie, right? Like, everybody was talking about Barbarian for weeks. And it was like,
look,
no, you guys.
Skull the Mask gets a pass for when the priest grabs the hand of Christ and pulls a sword out of the statue.
Yeah, that was great.
That was some Paladin Anderson shit.
Yeah, that was primo schlock.
There you go.
That was primo schlock. It was great.
All right, Jam. What's your number one?
My number one most disappointing
Barbarian.
My number one most disappointing thing about 2022 was Halloween Ends. We briefly touched upon it. I settled on it at when I was finalizing my list.
Damn.
And I didn't go in with high expectations. And for the record, upon rewatching it with Kat and Lee, because I watched it on my own before I watched it with them, and my reaction was extremely negative when I first saw it. I don't hate it quite as much upon rewatch and upon thinking about it. And there's a lot of elements about it that I respect. Like, the fact that it, for the most part, it's trying to do something different as opposed to just another Michael Myers movie until, it just becomes another Michael Myers movie. But the reason why it's so disappointing for me is just the years of fucking buildup and claiming that, we wrote 2 films that tie into each other, back before the first Halloween 2018 came out. And we decided to put the second film on ice because we wanted to make sure that, people like the first one first. It's like, okay, that's a respectable idea. And then they're like, okay, upon revisiting the idea, we realized we had more story to tell. And then that story to tell was Halloween Kills. And literally, like, the only important plot element in Halloween Kills that happens is just Laurie's daughter dies. That's it. And then you're expecting, okay, well, it's supposed to be this overarching narrative. How is this overarching narrative going to end? And it's like, no, there's no overarching narrative. That's the reason why it's disappointing for me, is because it's just lies and manipulation about just something that isn't there. Like, if you're going to just make a standalone Halloween sequel, that's fine. But I was led to believe that we're getting a trilogy to conclude Laurie's story, and for the most part, there's no overarching narrative. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I
blame Lost.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. God damn it.
I did all my giving out about it on our episode, so I won't piggyback on it too much. But the second that they established in canon that Mike Myers has lifesteal, I was done.
It's not the stupidest thing this franchise has done. It's, Runes.
Which is stellar.
Runes, baby.
Yeah, which is fucking outlandish that's not the wildest
and
thing.
It's not even Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Like, this is a mid-Halloween film for me as a whole, I think. But I like it more than Kills. And I like ideas from it. The best thing I can say about it, aside from it still is a competently shot fucking movie, we got another banger of a John Carpenter score, so I'm happy with that.
There you go.
That always delivers.
Yeah, Carpenter is the maestro of horror for a fucking reason, and despite the fact that he's like 60 to 70 and probably smokes like 3 cartons of cigarettes a day, he's still pumping out bangers.
God bless him.
Yeah, so that wraps up our disappointments.
Yeah, those are our bummers. So, do we want to just roll right into worst?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have not yet begun to gripe.
Oh yes, I
got some serious giving out to do.
So I also want to, for listeners of the podcast, new and old, we're gonna complain about a lot of these movies. Probably movies we've already complained about at length. But we want to. Just because we hate them or dislike them doesn't mean your feelings on them are invalid.
Exactly.
I have one on my list that if you like it, you are legitimately a less worthy human being of the breath that is in your lungs.
Oh my god. Well, and I will say, like, I'm not trying to hate on people's creations. I know a lot of people worked hard on things, but sometimes shit don't work out.
No.
Sometimes shit
and
just don't work out.
And we're allowed to say, hey, we don't like this stuff for X reasons, and we're not shitting on you. Your hard work is still valid. We're just saying we didn't like it.
Unless you're Yuji Naka, in which case I'm glad you're arrested.
Yeah. If you have millions and millions, then yeah, I don't feel as bad for you. But the people who worked really hard, the people in the trenches, you probably still did a good job. Just saying.
Yes.
Okay, so Lee.
All right.
Give us your dishonorables first.
Right. So I don't have any dishonorable mentions. I trimmed all the fat. I just got some serious giving out to do.
All right.
To quote George Carlin, I don't have pet peeves. I have major psychotic fucking hatreds. Number 5 on my list of the 5 worst of 2022. I would also like to dip into the Marvel well.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
This was on my disappointing list for a long while, and then I realized I did just dislike it that much that I bumped it down to the worst. Which sucks because I love Sam Raimi.
Oh boy.
No.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. Damn.
All right. Here's my problem.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Admittedly, part of this is Marvel / superhero in general burnout.
Yes.
It ended for me with Endgame. Endgame was the perfect conclusion to the arc. It was a nice bow on the story. Done.
Yeah.
And my brain's also kind of done that thing where it's always kind of kept different criteria, I guess, or like I would watch a Marvel movie and I would leave it going, oh, that was really good. And then in parentheses, for a Marvel movie.
Yes.
With my one notable exception being what I think is legitimately a fantastic fucking film, Captain America and the Winter Soldier. I think is
I knew it was going to be one of the Captain Americas because the
great.
The director duo for that, they're just like, they're mostly making like really solid spy flicks.
That's exactly what Winter Soldier is. It's a spy thriller, and it's fucking excellent.
Yes.
But
except I think they did The Gray Man, which was very appropriately named. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I heard that was pretty mid.
Yeah.
So my issue with Multiverse of Madness, and you know it's got to be bad for me to dunk on multiverses because we here at the Gooncast.
We dig on multiverses.
We dig on multiverses.
Shout out to Joey King.
We got a frame picture of Joey King right on the wall.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna get a picture of Joey King from Wish Upon. It's gonna be the moment from when she hits a car.
We should have the Wall of Fame like RLM.
Yeah. We should have her up there like one of the like icons for like a saint because she is our patron saint.
She's
effectively.
Our patron
saint.
My problem with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is it was beginning to approach what could have been a fantastic idea if they just let it happen, which is they flirted with a full-on Marvel horror movie. There has not been a full Marvel horror movie since Blade.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what? There's no one better to do this than Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
And there are moments in this film when they start to flirt with the idea. I don't want to get into like super spoiler territory, but I also feel like this movie's been out for a hot minute.
It's been out for a while. I think you're pretty safe.
The villain of the film is the Scarlet Witch, which is interesting because, you know, we've seen her as a member of the Avengers for so long, but she's kind of got this tragic story going on. It's, you know,
and she's, I believe, in the comics kind of, she goes back and forth a little bit. I think
in the comics, it's way fucked because she's Magneto's daughter.
Exactly.
So, like, since they haven't done the mutant angle yet,
I think she's responsible for what's it called? The one of the big X-Men like universe altering like cataclysmic events.
Probably. I mean, the Scarlet Witch is absurdly powerful.
I forget which one it is. It's obviously not the Phoenix one, but
right. But what they started doing with this was they let Raimi really flex his like Evil Dead aspects on her.
Yes,
and make her feel for brief moments fucking terrifying. And they just needed to commit.
Yeah.
They just needed to say, all right, let's do a horror film.
Yeah, let's R rating. Let's just fucking go.
And because of the multiverse aspect, it turns into this big masturbatory, look at all the references we can throw in, where we've got this group called the Illuminati, who, yes, they're in the comics. I know, armchair fucking writers, stay there.
Yeah.
But like, oh, look at all these winks and nods of like, look who it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's John Krasinski.
Yeah, you guys have been begging for John Krasinski to be fucking Mr. Fantastic for years, and now he's in the movie.
And then fucking when Charles Xavier rolls into frame, in the background there's one electric guitar riff of the 90s X-Men cartoon theme. It's like, oh, like, you bastards.
Yeah, you're like, that's not even him. Like, that's not even the thing he's in. Like, oh my god.
The more I chewed on this movie, it became less of a disappointment, and just, this is a missed opportunity. Yeah. This could have been something really significant and cool for a series that is really dying.
Yes.
None of the Marvel shit lately has been interesting, except for, like, oddly enough, one that I think a lot of people didn't dig on. I loved Shang-Chi. I thought Shang-Chi kicked ass.
Yeah, that one was actually pretty good. I love the villain.
I love Tony Leung. Tony Leung is fucking great.
Yeah, he was
Wenwu
fantastic.
was a really cool antagonist.
I mean, I think the main character was good, but I'm so bored of Marvel main characters because they all just do the same. They do the same shit basically for every single one of them. Like,
yeah, and
they write them all the exact same way, and it's just not interesting anymore.
This movie occasionally flirted with some cool ideas, like they had Doctor Strange fight evil Doctor Strange. Just like, okay, this is about to be really stupid. But then, like, they're manifesting the notes, like physical notes of energy of the opera that's playing in the soundtrack to their fight and throwing them at each other. And I'm like, this is fourth wall breaking in a really cool way. We can keep going with this, and they just, I don't know. They had so many opportunities to do cool shit, and they didn't do any of them.
That's kind of been my general problem with, I mean, I've mentioned it before, but I'm just so fucking tired of the avalanche of Marvel stuff, and I think it's kind of starting to show for a lot of other people too, where it's just the sheer volume of Marvel content is resulting in weaker and weaker products. Where there's just they keep trying to rush to something. And I have not seen anything in Phase 4, admittedly, but one of the biggest things that I keep hearing is it feels as though they're building to nothing. Even though they've already announced like what the next two Avengers movies are, so they're obviously building to something, but apparently like everything feels weird and just this weird tonal mishmash of shit.
Yeah, I can think of no better way to summarize my disappointment with this movie than this final statement. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is number 5 on my bottom 5 worst of the year list, and I saw Black Adam. And Black Adam is not on this list.
We'll get there.
And that movie is a gigantic piece of shit.
I didn't see Black Adam, but
all right, Kat, you're up.
We'll get there. All right,
we'll get there. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Okay, so before I get to my number 5 on my worst,
I'm sorry. I would have loved if you just rolled Tide into all right, number 5, Black Adam.
Listen, it was so close, my dude.
Right.
It was so close. All right, but I have a dishonorable mention to get to.
all right.
I don't even know why I saw this movie. I don't know why it even made this list, really, because like it was so like it was clearly trying to poke buttons and be offensive, and yet it decided not to do the thing I thought they were gearing up for, which was, hey, present an extremely unlikable protagonist, and then put her through the shit ringer and get her let us watch her get fucking brutally murdered, like you see in Barbarian. Points to Barbarian for having a more satisfying ending than this piece of shit. I saw Dash Cam.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this one.
I don't know this one.
It is a found footage movie about a God, what even is she? She is a music streamer, which means she's a music car streamer, which means she drives around in her car, like Ubering people around, and like while she's driving, she will rap. yeah, this is another horror movie with a fucking white woman rapping in it. And I'm like, oh my god. And
she
yeah,
didn't die 5 minutes in?
She didn't die.
Awful.
For the entire movie, she didn't die. She got close, but not close fucking enough. And she ends up getting like, you know, this guy who's still being nice to her for stupid fucking reasons. She got him killed. She gets like a bunch of people killed. You know, she ends up like she like goes to London. She's also like anti-vax, anti-mask, so it's just like she is just unlikable as shit. And you're like, I can't wait to see her get absolutely brutalized, and alas and alack, she makes it out unscathed and she's fine. And the movie ends with her rapping over the fucking credits. Fuck you, Dashcam. Anyway.
Oh, that's bad.
I don't want to talk anymore about this one because it didn't even make my fucking list. That's how bad it was. You weren't even good enough for the worst of list, Dashcam. Fuck you. Anyway. So, my number 5. Everyone, I want you to imagine with me a world where the sequel to The Last of Us is not a new game, but rather you take that final section of the first game where Joel is running through the hospital to try to save Ellie from the fireflies. You take that and you lengthen it to 10 fucking hours where people are constantly saying, Joel, hey, you need to let her go. You need to let her die. Hey, Joel, like, this is really important. Humanity needs this. You're literally gonna kill 1 million people. And you play for 10 hours, and at the end of 10 hours, Joel fucking caps Ellie in the head. That's a Plague Tale Requiem, baby.
Hey, The Rats of Us Part 2.
Oh my god. Okay, so I want to preface this by saying that like I don't hate the first game. I think it borrows very heavily from The Last of Us. I don't think that's a problem. Last of Us is a great game. They clearly they loved it very much, and also they do a lot of really interesting new things in Plague Tale, the first one, right? Complete with the twist that at the end the plague of rats that's happening, the plague of like these supernatural like super rats essentially.
Mega rats, yeah.
They're being controlled by your brother, by your baby brother. And effectively, like, his illness is sort of this, like, thing that's possessing him that, like, gives him this superpower of, like, he can control these things. I think the first one had its issues. I think that by the end of the game, I thought that they had really, really clever puzzle design, and especially, like, they did a really good job of, like, building up and incorporating, like, when you learned a new skill, the puzzles weren't just like, oh, now you just use your new skill for this. It was, how do you combine your new skill with your old skills to get something interesting to solve these puzzles? That was really interesting, except at the end, it was just throw rats at them, and that was, like, the solution for every puzzle.
Beautiful.
It was, like, whatever. The sequel doesn't really improve on the gameplay at all. The visuals are still fucking gorgeous. Although I will say I'm extremely mad that whoever is still in charge of the chromatic aberration settings is still at that studio. Guys, chromatic aberration, like, small doses. You use it in small doses. Every single time I turn on one of your games, I have to turn off chromatic aberration because it looks hideous. It makes your game look awful. Turn it off. Or at least turn it down. Like, this is not just coming from me. This is coming from a professional art director. Turn it down. Anyway.
Just keep throwing rats at it until it works.
Yeah. But, so, my big problem with Plague Tale is the story. And I know that other people have already commented on this before. I think Escapist has a video on it as well. I watched his thing after I finished mine, and I was like, yeah, I agree with this entirely. Basically, the problem is you spend the entire game literally bringing an active nuclear warhead into population centers and then being surprised Pikachu face that it keeps going off. And
Nice.
I'm just like, this is so, like, literally the start of the game, like, also, I will say that you have an entire game that built up the relationship between Amicia and Hugo. You do not need cloyingly saccharine scenes of them bonding and playing together to show me that they're so close, and oh, she'd be so sad if anything happened to her brother. I literally, when the game started, I was like, I'm gonna have to kill this kid by the end of it. Like, literally, the start of the game is like you playing hide and seek and you going and playing and shooting little things, and it's all cute and cuddly, and I was like, I'm gonna kill this kid. Like, this kid is gonna die by the end of this.
Nice.
And then I spent the entire game going, okay, maybe they're actually trying something different. Maybe they're doing something, maybe there's a reason Hugo can't die, and they're just not telling me it yet, right? Maybe I'm discovering that, like, he can't die, he's unkillable, something like that, right? I spent the whole game thinking, there must be a point to this, right? Like, there must be a point that I'm not just, like, I keep denying that, like, Hugo is responsible for literally killing, like, we have a body count in the millions by the end of this fucking game. And it's all, like, innocent people getting eaten alive by rats. And I'm like, I cannot think of a more horrifying way to like, set you against your protagonist. Because I'm just like, stop bringing him to towns. Stop bringing him to cities. What the fuck are you doing? This, like, yes, this kid is sick. Send him to the fucking mountains. And it literally takes them the entire game to go, maybe we should go just hide in the mountains the entire time. I'm like,
I love it.
And then basically by the end, Hugo ends up, like, separated from Amicia, and he snaps and creates just, like, this, you know, basically a fucking genocide of rats on a city. And you have to, like, fight through the waves to get to him. And then it does this very, like, dreamy bullshit. It's very, like, end of Death Stranding, and I was so done with this game that I'm like, I'm not playing this game with you. I'm literally looking up what I have to do for each of these things, because it was like, ooh, solve my riddle to get to the, and I'm just like, no, fuck you. I'm done with you. And then literally the end of the game is fucking Hugo going, you know what you have to do, Amicia, you know what you have to do, Amicia, you know what you have to do, Amicia, and then it's like playing this, like, super sad string music as you have to, like, pull back the fucking, like, your fucking slingshot aimed at Hugo's fucking face, and I am dying of laughter, because I'm just awesome. Like, I called this from minute one, y'all, and you sent me 10 hours through the game to get to this point that I already knew you were going to do, like, and you didn't win me over in the meantime. You didn't make it impactful. You didn't make it mean anything. Like, the first game, while not perfect, was good. You should have ended it there. Dude,
please tell me her slingshot is loaded with a rat.
Oh, I would have loved that. But sadly, no. It was just a rock that we sent through his brain. Oh, and then they had the fucking gall to give us a post-credit scene where, we see Hugo's body and it twitches. Maybe he's not dead. And I'm like, please, leave that child in the fucking ground.
Unless it's just his skin and he's filled with rats.
He's filled with rats.
Listen,
there you fucking go.
The real friend was the rats we made along the way.
That's true. That's the lesson
rats
learned.
Of us.
And now the reason that I gave that disclaimer is because I know a lot of people worked very hard on this game. I am not discounting your hard work. I'm just saying that this was offensive to me. Like, as a person who likes storytelling and who hates, like I don't want to have to compare you to The Last of Us all the time, Plague Tale. Like, I don't want to have to do it. But when you keep doing things so much worse, I'm gonna have to. And I'm sorry, but, like, stop it. Get some help. She has
spoken.
As a quick aside, I haven't played the game, and I refuse to, specifically. Like, again, I don't want to discredit the devs' hard work or anything like that, but if you're going to be releasing a game in 2022, and you're not making a performance mode, and your game is locked to 30 frames per second on console at this point, I'm not touching your shit. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not going back to that shit. You can't do it. Series X and PS5 support 60 frames a second. Treat it like a PC version. I hear the PC port is also really badly optimized too, so. But, that's besides the point.
I couldn't tell you, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, there were characters I liked. There were things about the game I liked. But ultimately, it did so many things so much worse than the original game that it's just like, this was the worst experience for me. I platinumed the game, by the way. I
Nice.
platinumed it. I hated every minute of it, and I platinumed it.
Beautiful.
Because the game won't beat me. I literally, I stopped playing it. Or rather, I should say, I finished like the story, but then you have to like go back and do New Game Plus for trophy cleanup. I finished the story, and then Pokemon came out, and I was like, I'm gonna switch to Pokemon and do Pokemon stuff. And then once I got my my Pokedex completed, I sat there and I stared at my PS5, going, should I just stop? Like, but no, I didn't let it beat me. I got that plat, so.
Nice.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, that's my number 5. Is
Nice.
Plague Tale Requiem.
Beautiful.
No.
So I guess it's on to me for dishonorable mentions now.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 plus my bonus thing. First up is Grave Encounters 2. What a piece of shit. I really don't have much to say about it outside of I like Grave Encounters 1.
Yeah.
Lance Preston and his actor, they're still good in Grave Encounters 2, but yeah, just what a piece of shit.
Everyone else, holy shit.
Yep. Shite movie.
Yeah, the next up is Clock Tower 2, The Struggle Within, also known as Clock Tower Ghost Head. Worst entry in the Clock Tower franchise by a country fucking mile. One caveat, saving grace, is Bates, who's your alternate persona, like your split personality when you're possessed or whatever. He's voiced by Roger Jackson, and he's pretty great. So it's like, that's nice.
All right.
Right.
It's a nigh incomprehensible survival horror game. Like, its story makes no fucking sense. I played the whole thing. I could barely tell you rhyme or reason as to why shit happened. It's just a piece of shit, and if you ever decide to subject yourself to this game for whatever fucking reason, I implore you to use a guide, because there is because outside of the just very bad conveyance into like what you're supposed to do and when, like just you at the start of the game, you're not allowed to go upstairs in your house, and there's no indication as to why. You just can't click on it. And then after you go and explore the house a little bit, arbitrarily, you can now go upstairs, but there's no indication that you can. It's that level of fuck you gameplay. And on top of that, if you don't do a very specific thing in the first chapter, hours later, when you get to chapter 3, you're just automatically killed and get a bad ending.
Love it.
Fuck off.
So you have to. So if you want to see the quote unquote true ending or get one of the better endings, you got to use a guide, because otherwise, if you don't do some arbitrary point and click adventure bullshit, you're just fucked. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. My special thing that Matt called me a cheater for is I'm taking a page out of Yahtzee's book from the year that Ride to Hell Retribution came out, and he didn't put it in his bottom 5, and he gave it its own little special award. And I'm doing this for this because I don't want it in my top 5, my bottom 5 or whatever. So for once, my 2022 Congealed Failure Award goes to Morbius. I'm not going to say much about it outside of the fact that it solidified my point of I am never watching a comic book adaptation ever again. At least maybe 5-10 years from now when shit settles down. But I'm just so fucking tired of comic book shit at this point. And Morbius was just such a fucking vile, contemptuous piece of shit in its attempts at doing a cinematic universe that I'm just done. I hate it.
But Saber,
it's Morbin
did
time.
You know that vampire bats are the only animal that has evolved to subsist purely off of blood?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I did. No. I did. I also know that it causes Jared Leto's island of sex perverts. Anyways, my number 5, I'll keep it brief because y'all already touched upon it. It's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. What a piece of shit.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, it was fun to go through on stream. I'll give it that, because I was poking fun of it and whatever. And but yeah, I really don't want to say much more about it. It was a piece of shit. It runs like shit. The characters are shit. I fucking hate pushing olives. Nimona needs to go in the bin, and VTuber Gym Leader needs to go in the bin, and Atticus needs to be buried in molten lava and forgotten about for all time. And also, why does my Pokemon have wheels, but it runs around on its feet?
Yeah,
that one's egregious.
You poor Scarlet babies.
Yeah.
At least I got the Dummy Mommy Cave
Over in
Woman,
Violet,
alright?
we got a fucking motorcycle.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys got the motorcycle, but I got the Cave Woman. Alright,
Yeah,
I'm happy with my
true.
Cave Woman.
You got
but
Cave Woman
us who
Dummy
have,
Mommy.
yeah, but us who have gone through the game, did you really get her though?
That's true.
I mean,
Did you really?
look,
I was
alright?
mad I couldn't bang Robo Dad.
Look. I'm just saying, the robot broke down. We can easily just go in there and drag it out as our own sex robot.
Okay.
Reprogram it.
It's what Yoko Taro would want us to do.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, so I don't want to spend any more time on it. Fuck Pokemon. It's a piece of shit.
Right.
There you go.
Well, moving on to number 4 then. It's going to be brief because my number 4 is higher on someone else's list. Kat.
Hey!
Okay, perfect. I would like to remind you all what Lee said like 20 minutes ago. My number 4 is Black Adam.
Hey!
Okay, so I just wanna I'm gonna be super brief because this the thing is I had no expectations for this, right? And somehow it still managed to be what the fuck were they thinking? I have never seen a movie fail so hard to hit its tone and land its jokes. I think there was one time that Will and I genuinely laughed at a joke.
Nice.
And every other joke, the reaction was me and Will would turn to each other, mouths agape, and whisper, "Was that supposed to be funny?" That was the level of incredulity in my house watching Black Adam. It was so first of all, I know The Rock wanted to bring this character to the big screen. I know this was his passion project, but he is absolutely the wrong actor for this.
Fuck The Rock.
He's such a charismatic guy, and then they made him be this really dour man out of time who's just really angry and needs to kill things all the time, and you're just that doesn't land at all when it's you. I'm sorry, but
90% of it was him just glaring and scowling.
Yeah, and it's just that's that's not. It doesn't play to your strengths, dude. And it's just kind of maybe I don't know. It was just. I think Pierce Brosnan was probably the best part.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he didn't do anything spectacular, but
at all.
Yeah, but him being on screen was oh, that's a decent performance, I'm hey, cool. I like Dr. Fate a lot in the in Justice League. When I watched that cartoon growing up, Dr. Fate was always a cool character. So I was oh, cool. This is an interesting take on him, but everything else I was just kind of whatever. I loved the fact that we had the team of superheroes where we had these 2 young kids that were just young I guess they were young famous people. I think the boy is a pretty he's in all of the young adult movies that are coming out now. But basically neither of them did anything. They kept making excuses for them just to not literally the girl had such cool powers and all they made her do was pose and then you'd see a tornado in the distance
they were the jobbiest of the jobbers.
Yeah, it was why would you give us these cool characters and then just have them be off screen for 90% of whatever the fuck they're doing. You just have them superhero pose and then there's effects going on later that they're doing something. It's just they weren't important to the movie. Just don't have them in the movie.
Yeah, it was oh, Pierce Brosnan was by far the best part of that movie. Oh, Pierce Brosnan didn't phone it in? No. He phoned it in.
Yeah, no, you misunderstood.
And he was still the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
You misunderstood.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, ultimately I just think I'm not looking forward to the DC Cinematic Universe reboot that's going on. That just seems you guys just, I don't know. I'm not interested in any of that anymore. I'm not interested in anything that DC or Marvel is pumping out. You guys have kind of wasted all of your goodwill with me. I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to spend my time on none of my top movies are like major franchise movies. None of my top anything is like most of my top everything is like either indie or it's like a creator I really like or whatever. I'm just like, I'm done with you corporate bullshit.
There's only one cinematic universe I am still invested in and still am looking forward to, and that's the fucking Monsterverse, and that's because they're taking their sweet ass fucking time and they're not pumping them out. And even then, even if they did pump them out, I'm gonna admit I probably wouldn't mind because I fucking love Godzilla too much to care.
Yeah.
Like, even if they're bad, I still like them because it's Godzilla. It's Godzilla.
Exactly.
I'll gladly wait another 2 years for the next installment.
Yeah.
Just give me Jet Jaguar and give me Gigan.
Yeah.
As long as Mothra is back, my butt will be in that seat.
Yeah. I'm off mama.
I'm off mama. Anyway.
All right.
Fuck Black Adam. Yeah.
Black Adam.
All right. So I guess it's my turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, without any surprise, my number 4 is higher on somebody else's list. Hey, Lee, go.
Hey.
All right.
Oh no.
So when Kat was out of all fairness and human decency saying at the beginning of this portion of the Golden Rockos that we're not insulting you or your taste if you are to like anything that we dislike. Yeah, if you like this, what's wrong with you? My number 3 is The Sadness.
Oh, this one, yeah, you told me about this. Or I read the Wikipedia synopsis and I got mad.
All
right, I'm gonna keep it brief because this movie fucking disgusts me. What if there was a big zombie outbreak? Okay, yeah, cool. And we're following the early phases of survival, like right as the outbreak is starting. Oh yeah, that's always the best kind of like zombie survival movie. Awesome. And then what if all of the zombies were brutal rapists? Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the movie.
Yeah.
This movie plays a little bit with like the 28 Days Later formula of they're not strictly zombies. It's like it's heightening their aggression, their adrenaline.
Yeah.
It's making them just vicious psychopaths. And they just all resort to sexual assault.
Cool. I love it.
I don't exaggerate when I say there's at least a dozen instances of on-screen zombie rape.
God damn.
Including one person being killed by skullfuck.
Oh my god.
It's horrible.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck whoever. Like, fuck you for thinking about that. Like, person who made this movie. People who made these movies.
Like the first one occurs in such a way, and with the way it's shot and the way it's presented, it was early enough in the film that we were still led to believe, okay, it's just the zombies are super pissed off and they're rage monsters. Okay, I've seen 28 Days, love it. And then the first one happens in such a way that it's meant, I think, to be like, if it just stayed this one, it'd be like a huge, horrifying shock value scene. Because the way the first one cuts off is just like the zombie like really quickly takes off its belt and then like lays on top of the victim and then it cuts away. And if they just kept it there and just kept it that one, you'd instantly know, oh, fuck, this is horrible.
Yeah.
And then it does the Goblin Slayer thing where it glorifies it.
Oh, great. Cool.
So, yeah, I hate this movie. It showed a lot of promise from like a filmmaking perspective. Great cinematography, good pacing, oddly enough. Like, it was a well-structured script. But this was just a soulless, empty fucking experience. The Sadness is my number 3, and I will never speak of this movie again.
Cool. Good. Oh boy, yeah.
And there are somehow 2 things worse.
I was gonna say,
Hey!
oh my god, I can't believe it. All right.
There are two things worse than Rape the movie. Let's go.
Jesus, yeah. Well, so that's a hard one to follow. Mine is much less offensively bad than that, but like,
very good.
I still think it's pretty offensively bad that anyone allows Jared Leto to act anymore. Yeah. Number 3 is Morbius.
All right, it's my number 4.
My congealed failure award that I got called a cheater for. Let's go.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, we already have a podcast episode on this, so we'll get into it. But like, yeah, fuck Morbius. Nobody should watch Morbius.
No, not even for the meme.
Not even for the meme. Don't watch it. It's so bad. It's
the flawless, like, seamless lead and should have been speaking of sexual assault. Let's talk about Jared Leto.
Oh no! Listen, allegedly.
We'll fix it in post.
yeah, exactly. We can't say these things on the internet. But
Jesus.
yeah, no, fuck.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an awful person and he makes awful movies. So
the only positive about Morbius is that Sony got gaslighted into re-releasing it in theaters and lost even more money.
Yes,
that's the only.
I loved that's the like. The internet sucks in many ways, but that was a moment of like pure unadulterated joy of just like everyone coming together to be like, please, like, we want to see it, and then they re-release it to an even worse box office, I think.
Yeah.
And then people tried to start like another Kickstarter, being like, no, we were all busy that weekend, re-release it again.
Do it again. Do it again.
Yep. I'm gonna keep my thoughts on this to a bare minimum because we have a whole episode about it, and I've re-listened to it, and I think it might be one of our best episodes. So I'm just gonna encourage you all to go listen to the Morbius episode.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I guess it's on to me. So speaking of vampires, my number 3 is Countdown Vampires.
Spicy.
Yeah, it's another old survival horror game with a completely incomprehensible fucking plot. It has some amazingly terrible voice acting. Like, I love how terrible the voice acting is. But I just to give you an idea, without going too much in detail about Countdown Vampires, there's no Wikipedia page on this, and I've looked up online and I can't find any Countdown Vampires explained videos. I've beaten this game, and similar to Clock Tower 2, I could not fucking tell you what it was about. And this is a game where half of the cinematics and half of the cast of characters do not appear in it until New Game Plus. There's no, like, narrative justification for it.
What?
It's just, they arbitrarily lock off half of the story and half of the cast until New Game Plus. And I read about that in advance.
That's wild.
So I downloaded a save from GameFAQs so I could load into New Game Plus and experience the full story. And I still couldn't fucking tell you what this fucking game is about. It is an incomprehensible fucking mess. A terrible Resident Evil clone that does just about everything fucking wrong. It's just nonsense. The most interesting thing about it is Capcom purchased the dev team, and that dev team went on to help co-develop Resident Evil 5. So kudos to them. But it is a I can't stop thinking about it sort of bad. Of just I want to desperately understand what happened in this game, but I can't. I don't get it. I don't understand. It does the only other one thing I can say which ties into the voice acting is it has possibly one of my favorite bad lines in video games of all time. So much so that it's a blurb on my channel. And that is, before you die, I am going to tell you a secret, just to make it so you really don't want to die.
Yeah.
And it's
beautiful.
It's
that's dreadful.
It's so colossally bad. It's one last thing about it. Like there's this, like, you see this attractive lady in the opening cinematic in a red dress, right? And she's one of the characters who's like locked into like New Game Plus. Like, so even the base opening cinematic, you'll see her in the opening cinematic, but you never see her throughout the entire game. So you just think she's some random NPC. No, she's kind of a major character once you get to disc 2, but then when you meet her, the game acts as though you know her and you've met her before. That's how incomprehensible this fucking game is. This is her first introduction, and the game is acting as if you know who she is.
Beautiful.
Like, imagine if you met Ada Wong when you get to the lab in Resident Evil 2, and the game treats it as though you've been interacting with her the entire game.
Beautiful.
That's awful.
It's stunningly bad. And if you want to see me try to make a video essay on what the plot is, donate to Extra Life.
Hey!
Hell yeah.
Nice plug. It's like a $200 incentive because I'd have to fucking replay this goddamn game. But if you have the money and want to see me make a video essay on it, there you go.
It's for the kids. It's
for the kids.
For the kids.
It might take a while, because I'd have to replay it, I think, like 3 or 4 times. And study every fucking goddamn scene.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All
Anyways,
right.
that's my number 3.
All right.
Countdown vampires?
Yeah.
There you go.
I feel like my number 2, it was not marked as being higher on someone else's list. So that must mean, because I know we all feel very special.
We all tied on the same number 2.
I have reason to suspect we all might have tied on this one. Should we do a full 180?
Yes, we sure do.
Yeah, we do. Although mine might be slightly more expensive, but still.
All right. So I guess let's just all have a giant rant about. It sounds like all 3 of us have Resident Evil at number 2.
Yes.
Resident Evil, the Netflix series.
Yeah, the Netflix series. I can't guys.
Well, actually, mine. I took a little bit of a play out of James's book. Mine is a combination of Netflix's Resident Evil and Secrets of Rose.
Yeah, mine is.
Okay, just the Resident
Evil 2022.
Yeah. So I can't put what was it? Rose?
Shadows of Rose.
Shadows of Rose. I cannot put because I did not play it. So.
Okay.
Oh God, I even had the name wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll keep
what a piece of shit.
We'll keep the discussion on that brief, but just as a brief aside, I have been stressing to Kat and Lee that my entire bottom 5 could have consisted of Resident Evil material because my number 2 spot is Resident Evil Netflix, Resident Evil Village Shadows of Rose, Resident Evil Gaiden, Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica, and Resident Evil Revelations 1. I went through 5 terrible pieces of Resident Evil media this year.
Yeah, excellent job on the restraint, not having it be all Resident Evil.
Oops, all Resident Evil.
Yeah,
God, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, the Netflix series was just like, I'm only gonna talk about Netflix because I didn't personally experience the other stuff that these poor.
Well, you saw the ending of Shadows of Rose, where it's just the same thing as Village.
I saw enough of Shadows of Rose that I was like, cool, I'm done with this. The Netflix series was just like incomprehensible. Like it was, not sure who it was for because it was a little too fan servicey for like new people to get into, but also it was like way too like awful in what it did for like older fans to get into.
The fan service just pissed me off.
Lance Reddick was the only fucking like cool part. Like, I wish we had him as Wesker in a better adaptation.
Same.
Like, that would have been, like, honestly, if we had gotten Welcome to Raccoon City, but Lance Reddick was Wesker instead, that would have been, like, the perfect movie for me.
It would have been great.
All these people who are like, the Netflix series just really went off the rails when Lance Reddick showed up looking like Blade, and we're all like, that's when it got interesting.
Yeah, that's when it got good.
The best part.
That's the best part of the movie, or the series. The one other thing I can say about 2022 is for the full 180, Resident Evil Netflix was the least offensive dance sequence of 2022.
The least offensive dance sequence of 2022.
And it was terrible.
Yeah. But like at least there was a point to it.
There was a plot point.
There was a reason it was in the thing, unlike
fucking Morbius.
Yeah. Oh man.
Netflix's Resident Evil was a gigantic abortion. It was. We gave out about it so badly already.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it too much because it's terrible.
I've got to save some vitriol for my number one.
Yeah, Sam. I'll just make a brief aside of just Gaiden is Resident Evil on Game Boy and done terribly. Resident Evil Survivor 2 is also really terrible. It's more of an arcade gun con, but it's terrible. Revelations 1 it's terrible in its own fucking way, and it's really, really stupid. And Shadows of Rose, it was a strong contender for one of the biggest disappointments of the year. I just don't understand how Shadows of Rose's ending cinematic is literally just the ending cinematic of Resident Evil Village. That's just, yeah.
It was an awful little story mode. And then, I don't know, they even tried to get, like, really, really cheeky with the additional content. Like, oh, we have a new character in Mercenaries. You can play as Lady Dimitrescu. And it's like, oh, that's awesome. What can she do? She throws a vanity. What?
Okay.
Like, literally? Like, because she did that in one scene of the game, and it was like kind of cool that one time she did it.
But like it made sense. So one time she did it.
Her special move when you play as her is she throws a piece of furniture.
Cool.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I didn't even touch Mercenaries. I went through third person mode, and it's fine. It's interesting, but like the game really wasn't designed for third person. I will say, cheeky kudos to Capcom, where every single time you try to rotate the camera to view Ethan's face, Ethan turns away from the camera. I was like, that's cute.
That is cute.
But other than that, yeah, it was kind of a regret buy, and it made. I wasn't a fan of Not a Hero or End of Zoe from Resident Evil 7, even though I love Resident Evil 7, and those are two far superior pieces of downloadable content in the Resident Evil series.
You underperformed when you released Carl Heisenberg as a playable character, and I didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well.
Yeah.
Lee.
Now that we got that out of the way.
What's your number one, since none of the rest of us have to...
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, boy.
Is this also perhaps a tie?
This, I believe, is also a tie between Kat and I. Because as we've talked about on the Gooncast, 4 months after watching this movie, I would literally have it pop into my brain and get fucking angry.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know you hated Boss Baby that much.
I would be... I literally had a moment where I was sitting in traffic and I thought about this film and I literally white-knuckled the steering wheel. And
Beautiful.
Just kept keying in on it.
Yep.
Fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep.
That's my number 4.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
So, Kat, how do we feel about this movie?
Oh my God. Still, like, and like, that's the thing, like, I almost forgot that this was something we experienced this year, because it did technically come out last year. It technically came out in 2021, right? But we didn't experience it until, like, it was like super early in the year.
Yeah.
And I am shocked that nothing dethroned it, but honestly, nothing has even approached the level of rage that I feel thinking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2021.
Well put. Like we can't understate the words rage and anger enough. This movie isn't like upsetting and like, oh, that was a slog to get through, or like you hit the credits and you like exhale and go, oh, that sucked. No, this movie viscerally made us angry.
Yeah. The first person of the squadron of like teenagers / young people killed doesn't have a fucking name.
Dude's girlfriend.
She's literally in the subtitles and referred to as so-and-so's girlfriend, and not once. We watched watched it specifically paying attention to, does anyone actually say her name? Not once does a single other character refer to this woman by name. And I'm like...
I also want to point out, Kat, that I pointed out that I tried to rewatch this recently.
I know you did.
And I got to the point where she died, and that's when I kind of gave up.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm going to rewatch the rest of it later. And I never did. And during that, 20, 30-minute rewatch, nobody said her name. Not once.
Yep.
Not once.
Yeah. And listen, I know it's it's so bad in dialogue when characters refer to each other by name repeatedly, but
I just want to hear it once.
You at the very least need to tell me your character's name at a certain point. I don't care how.
Yeah, unless
literally have him introduce her to somebody else.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit.
Unless it's a deliberate plot point. I don't know if either of you have seen the movie Layer Cake, but Daniel Craig's character does not have a name, and nobody refers to him as a name, and that's even the final line of the movie where he's like, "My name? Well, if you knew that, you'd be as clever as me," because he's supposed to be this incognito drug dealer sort of thing. And he's even credited in the credits as just XXX. You do not get his fucking name. And it's okay, that's cute, but she has a name in the credits.
Exactly, she has a name, and she has a name on Wikipedia. They just chose this was not an intentional choice by the filmmakers, which it's perfectly valid if you intentionally don't want me to know the name of your main character or a character, or you want everybody to be Bullet Train, everyone's code names, right? We don't know the names of half those characters, but it works because we still know what they're know how to refer to them, right? I'm not saying Brad Pitt's character all the time. Literally, you can't refer to her except by her relation to a male character in the movie. Fuck you.
Yeah, this was... I can't understate it enough. If I had to make a list of the 5 worst films I've ever seen, it might be on that list. This is a gigantic waste of time.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
The number of times I remember now. I wanted to go back and rewatch the movie to count how many times Leatherface threw his chainsaw,
or how many times he teleports.
Yeah, teleports and keeps the whirring engine silent while he's doing it.
Yep.
My god.
Just watch Halloween 2018 because it's the same basic premise,
it's
but done way better.
Movie. Yeah.
Fuck this movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck all the I get it was trying to capitalize on the thing of don't just revitalize the horror film, make the pseudo sequel that brings back the well-loved character. No one gives a fuck about those characters.
Yeah. And you couldn't even I believe the actress who originally played her is
she died 5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just why even bother bringing this character back? It's literally you're not it's so and so, this famous scream queen from back in the day. It's just she's just a random old lady who's playing the same character.
And we don't even remember this fucking character's name. She's not Laurie Strode. She's not Ellen Ripley. She's not this horror legend.
I do, but still, her name's Sally Hardesty. But it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. This movie sucks.
Her purpose in the movie sucks. Leatherfuck. Get the fuck out of here with that movie. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre #1.
Absolutely.
So I guess this leaves me as the odd man out again. This is becoming a reoccurring gag where I watch something worse or play something worse.
Yeah.
So
it's just Netflix's Resident Evil in its own spot again.
No. It's Balan Wonderworld. No. 3 years in a row, baby. Let's go.
Fair enough.
All right.
The problem, James, is that you're kind of our canary in the coal mine, where you play and watch a lot of bad shit, and then you warn us. You're stay away.
Here's the thing.
That's such a good way to put it.
My #1 has a story attached to it, and you two will immediately know what it is. And I don't want you to spoil it until I say it.
Okay.
All right.
We'll shut the fuck up.
Stay quiet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, one of the ideas that I've had for the Gooncast is for us to go and watch every single live-action video game-based movie. And at one point, the 3 of us sat down and started watching this. And we got about 10 minutes into it when we decided to turn it off. It was terrible, and we decided it wasn't even worth continuing. Maybe we would revisit it in the future. And I kept sitting there going, this is fucking awful. I kind of want to put it on my list, but I feel bad about only watching 10 minutes of it.
Oh, God.
So, over the course of last week, I tried to watch this on my own.
Oh, you poor thing.
Tried. And there were countless times where after watching it for a few minutes, I just paused the movie and walked away for like a half an hour to an hour. And then I would unpause the movie and another minute would go by and I'd just pause it and walk away for another half an hour to an hour.
6 glasses of Johnny Walker later.
I still haven't finished this movie. I got about 30 to 35 minutes in before I just quit. Because I can't watch this on my own.
Oh, wow.
This movie is Werewolves Within. A 2021, I think, horror comedy with a gigantic question mark based off of some Ubisoft VR game that's basically an adaptation of the card game Werewolf. And the idea is there's this small town and there's a werewolf and they don't know who the werewolf is. It's an interesting, fine enough premise, fine enough to potentially do a comedy bit around, but none of the characters are fucking likable, and all the humor falls flat. And I love bad movies, like even like Morbius is terrible, but it still can be unintentionally funny. Texas Chainsaw is terrible, it can still be unintentionally funny. A bad comedy.
Agree to disagree.
I'm just hyper, it could be, right?
Yes.
A bad comedy can never really be unintentionally funny. It can just be bad.
Yeah.
And every fucking joke made me want to fucking die. I just wanted the pain to go away. Nothing was funny. It was all cringe and just insulting and insufferable and just fucking, god damn it, man. Fuck that movie.
Well, I've got good news. If we all get together and watch it, Kat and I could put it on the list for the 3rd annual Golden Rocko.
I'd be fine with that. I'm down to finish it if I can watch it with people.
That's the thing. I'm because the thing is, I'm pretty sure when we tried to watch it, we got 5 minutes, or no, we said let's give it 10 minutes, and we got 5 minutes in, and we were like, okay, I think I know who it is. If we have correctly guessed who it is, like skip to the end. If we have correctly guessed who the werewolf is, we turn the movie off, and lo and behold,
yeah, it's terrible. It's really awful.
Horrible. Yeah.
I do want to finish it to say that I fully watched it, but I'm not doing this alone. I'm not doing this alone. It's awful. It's insufferable. Fuck this movie. And I don't understand why it has like an 80% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's another fucking Fear Street situation where everybody seems to fucking love it. And I look at the fan response, the fan response is high, and I don't understand it. Again, if you like it, I'm happy for you. I just do not understand you. I do not understand it. I don't. I don't. Because nothing is funny. Nothing is funny.
Yep.
There's no tension. It's fucking awful.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm glad I only had to sit through 10 minutes of that.
Me too.
It took me a week to watch 30 minutes.
Oh boy.
It's a 90-minute movie.
Beautiful.
Wow.
All right.
Great.
Now that we've gotten all that out of our systems.
I was gonna say, great lists, everybody. I think.
Kat, we're batting some really similar scores.
I know, we really are. The thing is, I don't tend to consume very bad shit without you guys, so
we suffer together.
We suffer together, and it does make it more bearable. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad you fucks now know never to play Balan Wonderworld.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's time to shake off the hate.
Yeah.
And get into some shit that we really dug all the way to fucking loved by the end of this. So, Lee, how about you kick us off with your honorable mentions first,
yes, right? Honorable mentions I do have. All right, let's
we all got a lot, so we gotta just knock them out.
Oh yeah, I'll just be breezing through these. This one is on my honorable mentions because I did not finish it, so I wouldn't feel comfortable putting it into the top 10 best. Disco Elysium, fantastic game, wonderfully constructed narrative.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be on next year.
Yes, if I can finish it this year, which I've got a lot of stuff to play, but I really enjoyed Disco, so I'll probably get back into it.
That's spoilers. Fantastic. That's also an honorable mention for me. I also did not finish it. It's a strong contender for a best of if I can finish it.
Yeah, excellent fucking story so far. You got to get your dose of Zach Baggins. Demon House, fantastic movie. Nope was fantastic. That is my honorable mentions. A game that got a lot of attention and I definitely enjoyed, but I don't know if it was quite worth all the hype. Stray, but Stray was fantastic. And this one was a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect this to come out. It kind of just fell into my lap. And I'm glad it appeared when it did, because I thought it was a nice little treat. A TV, I shouldn't say TV, a series adaptation of Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire that they put on AMC.
Yeah. I've been interested in that one.
Yeah, it changed quite a few things with the story, but they were all changes that I thought were risky changes, and I think they pulled them all off well, and I overall enjoyed the final product. And I can't remember the name of the gentleman who they cast to play Lestat, but coming from a guy who grew up watching Interview, and it's in my top 10 favorite movies probably of all time, this Lestat was better than Tom Cruise.
Wow.
And that's saying a lot, because that's back when Tom Cruise gave a shit.
Yeah, that's high praise.
Yeah.
All right. Which brings me to my number 10.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game that appeared and by sheer word of mouth spread like wildfire, and I thought there is no way it can be this good, and it is that good. Vampire Survivors.
I've heard of it. I don't know much on it.
This little thing has no right to be as good as it is. Absolutely no right. It is a bullet hell game where you pick a character and your attacks kind of automatically your attacks automatically take place every couple of seconds. You equip yourself with different weapons and items that you pick up across the field, and then typical bullet hell stuff happens. Monsters keep showing up at random intervals of 30 seconds to a minute. You survive as long as you can. But what is beautiful about this game is that there is a fuck off amount of unlockables. And in this scummy environment that we're in gaming in the 2020s, everything about this should scream microtransactions, and there's not a single one.
I love it already.
This game, I think, is $4 right now on Steam. And that's it. It's all included. And just to show how much the developer cares, they put out their end of year wrap up a week or so ago. And they've been getting a lot of people asking, hey, this game seems tailor made for mobile. Why isn't this game mobile yet? And they came out and said, well, because every single distributor we've spoken to about making Vampire Survivors mobile has asked us about monetizing it and putting in microtransactions.
Oh.
And we absolutely refuse to yield.
There you go. Wow.
Fuck
that's
yeah.
Great. I love literally everything about Vampire Survivors, except I don't like bullet hells. But I'm sitting there I almost want to just kick them $4 just because I like everything else they're doing.
I feel you. And bear with me, Kat. I also don't like bullet hells.
Really?
I don't like them.
Okay, well,
there is something very calming.
Maybe I'll give it a try then, because I know I'm a big fan of Stephanie Sterling, and I know they did like some writing content for Vampire Survivors, so I've heard about it through like their channel, and I was like, huh, okay, sounds kind of cool. And then seeing extremely positive feedback from everybody, and now it's on your top 10 list. I'm just like,
yep.
Huh.
This is a game that has very, very like simple mechanics. Literally, your only buttons are directionals. That's it. So this is the best kind of game for just put on a podcast or, you know, some other shit you want to focus on and just kind of keep your brain entertained for a bit. It's very good about making the good chemicals happen. There's lots of like chests that you pick up that do big explosions, and look at all the stuff you got inside of it. And it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone that the person who made this game used to make slot machine technology. So they're all about the hitting big rewards and all that stuff. How dare this game have so much shit in it and maintain its moral, ethical backbone? How dare you? There's like, no joke, I think there's like 40 to 50 playable characters now. And you can't buy a single one. Fuck them. No. You got to unlock them. Love it.
Damn.
Absolutely love it. Yeah, Vampire Survivors number 10 on the list. It's like $3.99. All of you listening to the Gooncast right now, go give them your money.
Okay, I just bought it.
Hell yes! Yes! Yes!
Buy it next paycheck.
Hell yeah!
I do the things I do for you, Lee.
Yes, right.
All right. That's a good one. And you sold me.
Literally.
So congrats, yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get going with some honorable mentions. I've got quite a few, but I'm going to just rattle them off. The Quarry and House of Ashes have made it to my honorable mentions.
They're also on mine, baby.
Yeah, there you go. I think they're both fantastic games. I think I really want. I feel like they're starting to do more and more things right, Supermassive, and I'm waiting for the game that just like nails it and like gets to my like best of all time list, basically. Just waiting. Then I'm going to say Prey and Hellraiser. Nice. I think both really great franchise movies. I think they did, really interesting, compelling things. Obviously, we've talked at length about both of them. Yeah, I adored them. Stray has also made my honorable mentions list. Nice. I think while it didn't do anything, it didn't break any new ground or do anything particularly compelling in terms of like, game design, world building, etc., etc. I think what it did do was very cute and charming and just a very nice, 6-hour experience or whatever.
And a dedicated meow button.
And a dedicated meow. More games need dedicated meow buttons. That's what I've been saying. Right. And then my last thing that I wanted to add on my honorable mention. Very recently, I ended up bumping it off my best of list. It was actually right up there. It was neck and neck with another game that I kept on there. And the only reason I ended up bumping it off was because I kind of think it's a little bit cheating because technically I am credited on the game in additional credits, because I worked at the studio when it was like first being incepted, and that's God of War Ragnarok. I think that while I have some issues with it, I think everyone who worked on the game deserves to be like super proud. I'm very biased because a lot of people who did work on it are people I know personally. So I am one of those losers who like takes pictures of like the credits and then like sends it to their friends and is like, oh my god, congrats, I'm so proud of you.
Hey, that's what I do too, baby. Let's go.
I was about to say that sounds like Saber.
And literally, when the credits rolled for the first time on Ragnarok, which is if you played the first God of War, it's the exact same kind of mechanic where like you're walking and the credits are showing up, and that's like all the studio credits. I was too busy sobbing to take pictures because I was so proud of my friends who had made this beautiful, touching game. So, yeah, it was great. But it is also a little too close to home. I'm a little bit biased, so I didn't want to like put it on like, oh, number 3, you know, like or whatever.
That's fair.
Inhale,
boy.
Yes. But it is great, and I did just want to gush a little bit about it. So
very good.
But my number 10 on the best of list. This one actually, I think if I were to get a little bit more time with it, it might actually be higher on the list. Because I really, really, really dug it.
Cool.
So I've been playing a lot of TTRPGs, and specifically like, you know, looking into more indie stuff, specifically looking into smaller games. Because, you know, D&D is great, but at the end of the day, there's other things, there's other systems that do what D&D does better in some regards. So I found a little duet game called The Hour Between Dog and Wolf. And this is a game. Okay. This is a game where it is effectively GM-less. It takes place between 2 players, and essentially both players sort of act in turn as each other's GM.
Interesting.
And the conceit of the TTRPG is that one of you is a serial killer, and the other of you is a detective hunting the other one down.
What the fuck?
It is so compelling, like. Oh, and also I will say that like it's a very as are most indie TTRPGs, very small creator. The guy actually, like, when I bought it, like, he emailed me personally the code and was like, "How did you even hear about this?" And like, "Tell me what you think of the game when you play it." And so this is kind of unofficially me replying to you. If he ever somehow stumbles across my podcast. I fucking loved your game, dude. I have only played one single session of it, so that's why I definitely want to give it more time. I was the killer in the session. My friend Hecate, who is a sort of friend of the Goon Squad, and will hopefully be on a podcast at some point.
Not sort of. Hecate is friend of the Goon Squad.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. Yes, she's joined us for quite a few watch parties, so she is a friend of the Goon Squad. Yeah, so she and I played it, and we were both like, it took us 7 hours because we were still kind of, there were some rules clarifications that needed to happen, and we were still kind of like getting our footing, but we were like absolutely compelled the entire 7 hours. Like, we were just like in the zone. I think we took a break once. Like, neither of us needed any stoppage. We were just like, this is so fun, because it is effectively you roll for scenes, you build a story together. It's so interesting.
Yeah, you and I are going to talk more about this.
Yes,
I need this
absolutely.
in my life.
Yeah. I think you will dig it, especially. So yeah, that is my number 10.
Beautiful.
I think, yeah, I maybe I'll talk more about it the more I play it next year. But I really just wanted to get it in on the list because I think it's that good. I think it's that good that I just made it to like my top 10 experiences of the year.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good shit. Jam.
So I expanded my I altered my honorable mentions since we are, you already touched upon Disco Elysium, and Kat already brought up Quarry and House of Ashes. I'm gonna rapid fire through this shit real quickly. Sucker for Love First Date. It's a dating sim where you date eldritch monsters. It's wonderful.
Yes.
It's great. It's fantastic. Yes. I love it. Next up would be Carrier, which is a Dreamcast survival horror game. It's stupid and it's silly, but it's fun. It's a classic survival horror game. I think it had a lot of charm to it. It was a lot of fun. Next up is Iru, which is a Japan-only PS1 visual novel survival horror game that I realized about an hour or two in is Lovecraftian, and that was fucking dope as shit. There's an English fan translation, so you can actually play it if you want to and everything like that. Next up would be City Shrouded in Shadow, which is sort of a spin-off of the Disaster Report series, except for you're fleeing from kaiju and giant robots attacking the city, and the twist is all the kaiju and giant robots are from licensed properties like Godzilla and Gamera and Ultraman and Evangelion. It's jank. It's Japanese only, so I have no idea what the fuck the plot was, but my inner kaiju Godzilla fan shit, it was like, this is great.
It doesn't matter. We saw Mothra and we lost our shit. Yeah.
Exactly. Next up is From Software's very first game, Kingsfield. Kingsfield, Japan. I love it. It's a old school dungeon crawler, also Japanese only release, but there's an English fan translation. So if you want to play it. Although be warned, it's a first person dungeon crawler, and it was designed before the DualShock was a thing. So you got to use the shoulder buttons to strafe and look up and down. So it's a little rough. It's literally the first RPG on the PlayStation. Like the PlayStation came out, and then like a week later, Kingsfield came out.
Damn.
Next up is Night at the Gates of Hell, which is from the developer of the Booty Creek Cheek Freak. So I'm roping that in here. It is basically what I wanted Nightmare of Decay to be, where it is a new retro throwback to old school survival horror, but it has its own fucking identity, and it's the only fucking game that I've played where it's a zombie survival game, and the only fucking way to kill a zombie is to shoot it in the head. So if you're really good at fucking aiming, there's not much difficulty. But ammo is scarce, so you gotta be accurate. Next up would be Mortuary Assistant. I don't really want to go into it too much, but it's a great fucking little horror game. Multiple endings. I'm jonesing to go back into it. Next up is Bullet Train. We already briefly mentioned it. It's a lot of fun. Next up is Train to Busan. Korean Kendo all the way. Great little Korean zombie movie. And then final honorable mention, Capcom, I love you. Resident Evil wasn't all terrible. Resident Evil fucking Dead Aim. What a batshit crazy fucking journey.
Hey,
that game was fucking awesome.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
So for my actual number 10, it's cold in here with these demons.
Yeah!
It's actually a tie because I just rope it with Demon House and Ghost Adventures. Because we saw Demon House at the start of the year, and then as sort of a little gag for the last couple weeks, and it started in 2022, I finally started watching Ghost Adventures as a watch party in the Discord. I have a love-hate relationship with Zach Baggins.
Yep.
I love and hate this man.
Yep.
But the content...
He's the best worst.
He's the best worst. The content he produces is hilarious and entertaining, but it's also disgusting and despicable. This is a guilty pleasure for sure. This is the entry on my list Matt gave me shit for.
No, this almost was my number 10.
Amazing.
Good, I don't feel nearly as bad then. It's like, look, this is not good by traditional sense, alright?
No,
this is not good.
Is it entertaining?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is it one of the best things you've seen all year?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
When one of his tech guys has a psychotic drug-induced breakdown and he just wings it as possession, fucking art.
Yeah, it's astounding. We rewatched Demon House in the Discord with a bunch of people who never saw it, and their reactions were also equally amusing, of just being disgusted and entertained. And the fact that it really feels like this documentary was made as just a justification as to why Zach Bagans wears glasses now is chef's kiss. Zach, I love and hate you, man. Please respond to my tweet asking if you play Phasmophobia.
Oh yeah.
Fucking beautiful.
Well, yeah. Somebody in the last Ghost Adventures watch party, I forgot who. I think it was either Greedy or Emu or somebody asked if, I wonder if Zach plays Phasmo. It's like, I'll find out. And then I just tweeted him, and they were like, "You did not." I was like, "No, I totally did."
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah, we did. No shame on the Goon.
No fucking shame. Answer me, Zach. I love and hate you. I want to visit your museum. Although
we will pay money to go through your fucking.
Let me put it to you this way, man. Yeah. Let me put it this way. Whenever the pandemic ends and I'm able to go to Vegas again, and like, let's say it's a 3-day Vegas trip, like it usually is for me, I'll go every single day, man. I want to go to I want to soak in everything in that museum. I want to give you my money. I bought a Discovery Plus subscription after watching the first episode of Ghost Adventures.
Hell
For real though, like Gooncast on the road go to Vegas to do Zach's museum, and then we'll do a Gooncast from Vegas.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Shit.
I'm
2023 goals.
I'm so here for it.
Let's
Fuck
go.
yeah.
Fucking go. We haven't taken
right.
a vacation. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, so
Alright.
that's my number
Fuck yeah.
10 is it's just Zach Bagans. I love you.
Zach
I
Bagans,
love
yep.
and hate you, man.
That's a perfect tone setter for like what these lists can be. Like,
Yes.
let Demon House be the fucking standard bearer for
Yes.
what we here on the Gooncast consider as the best material of the year.
Yeah, I fully understand if anybody watches that and goes, "What a giant piece of shit." But
Like,
I love it.
Demon House, absolutely. Could I have filled my top 10 list with all the lewd games on Steam that I played this year? Probably.
Yeah.
We're gonna make some fucking good decisions here.
Yeah.
But my number 9 is higher on someone else's list.
So let's go.
Hey. All right. Well, so my number 9, it is an older game, but it is I experienced it for the first time this year. I believe it was actually, not to shout her out twice in one podcast, I believe it was actually Hecate's suggestion that I play this game. So shout out again to her. Stardew Valley is my number 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I picked this game up because I was like, I'm kind of jonesing for something a little bit Animal Crossing, a little bit, just like chill vibes to hang out to.
Animal Crossing, but less crippling debt.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, she was just like, oh, this game is great. And so we started kind of like a little co-op farm together, and then it was like me, her, and Will, and then both of them kind of just like didn't want to play as much as I did. I got very involved because this is my game. It was made for me.
Yeah.
Effectively. It is, it's a very charming little game. A very, very small dev team. I believe most of the development was like one guy, supported by his significant other. And then
Yeah.
I believe the only assistance I believe was, I think, programming support for multiplayer later on, and possibly some art, although I could be misremembering that. But either way, like, it's just a really solid game. I get the hype. I get why so many people love it so much, because it is just that good and that charming.
Yeah, like Stardew Valley is a name that I've heard a lot, but I've never gotten hands on with it. But it does have this like very charming air of reputation about it.
Yeah, it's like it's I haven't played much of it, and I do want to play more of it at some point, but it kind of hits a lot of the
Gooncast farm.
Yeah. It hits all the it hits a lot of the same notes as to what I love about the good Harvest Moon Story of Seasons games.
Yes,
like,
yes. And
it's charming and it's fun and it's cute.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I needed at the moment, and it provided that in spades and then some, And there's also some stuff that's like a little bit darker and a little bit like more like sad and depressing, but it's still mostly very good, very chill vibes. You get into like a nice rhythm. You kind of like plan with each other what you're gonna do. Will loved the fishing minigames, so he just went off and fished like all the time. I was like always doing like crop stuff and taking care of the animals, and just like, I loved it. It was so much
Every
fun.
so often you need something to just cleanse the soul like that,
Exactly.
We digest a lot of horror and brutality, and you just gotta get the eye bleach sometimes. You gotta look at some kittens.
Yes. And I was 100%. I was like, right there. And I've had actually multiple people. So Ashley, who was a guest on the podcast as well, she also recommended Stardew Valley for me like a couple years ago, and she, hearing that I finally played it, was like, "Oh my god, finally!" And I'm like, I know, you were right, and that's why I took so long to get here. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I know me, and literally, wait, let me check my Steam real quick. I ended up going for like the perfection system. Which I actually have not attained yet, but I've kind of fallen off it because I had a singular frustrating moment, which was that I was trying to farm rainbow jellies rainbow jelly from rainbow slimes, and apparently there is a small percentage chance that a rainbow slime spawns as a an extra special slime where it's like, and then it will not drop the jelly that I needed for the quest. And so I literally spent like a week in game, like going down into the caves and like constantly spawning jellies to kill to try to get a rainbow jelly, and it spawned and I killed it and the thing didn't drop and I was like, what the fuck? And I messaged Hecate like, what the fuck? And she looked it up and she was like, I'm so sorry. Like it's like 1% of 1% chance that this happens. And
Beautiful.
I was like, cool. I think that's it. Like, I think we're done for now with this game. As much as I love it, I'm like, please, Stardew, you can't. Don't screw me on RNG like that, please. So yeah, I have 191 hours in Stardew.
Beautiful.
From this year. So yeah, I liked it a lot.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it's my
number
doing.
9.
Yeah. So speaking of eye bleach, my number 9 is higher on somebody else's list. So Lee.
Oh my god.
Well,
number 8, baby.
Wow. Awkward. Because my number 8's also higher on someone else's list.
Let's go!
Oh, me again.
Welcome to the Cat Power Hour.
Man, I hope this plays out for the rest of the list.
Welcome to the Boneless Grief Clown Circus Bonanza.
Yeah, okay. I do actually have a thing to talk about.
All right.
It's also that I think a lot of our stuff that we watch together that's really good, we do tend to, I'm assuming probably a lot of the stuff is going to be stuff that's like on my list is the highest, because I also have a couple stuff that's high up that is higher on somebody else's list. But my low stuff tended to be stuff I watched by myself. My number 8 is something that I was trying to get all of you to watch as well. But actually, funnily enough, it was recommended to me by the same people that recommended Barbarian as like mind-blowing. So I was kind of like, okay, this one they actually got right.
Okay.
So I don't fault them entirely for like their tastes are still pretty good in my opinion. Just maybe not their experience is not as storied, if you will.
We're all allowed one Barbarian.
Yes, exactly. So my number 8 is a Netflix film called Incantation.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. So I think I mentioned this before on the podcast because I was like, oh, I want the rest of you to watch it with me. I want the rest of you to join me on this. It is, I believe, Taiwanese. I want to say yes, it is Taiwanese. So it is a Taiwanese found footage movie. And it is specifically one done sort of in the style of a documentary. Or at the very least, there is like editing done after the fact, and that is like explicit in the fiction of the piece. Like it's not trying to be like, oh, this is all 100% shot.
Yeah,
live.
this one. Sorry to interrupt, Kat, but I remember I messaged you about this because I saw a video review of this actually in the last month or two.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, where I was like, is Incantation that found footage movie you mentioned? You're like, yes, it is. And I was like, okay, cool. So it's been on my list of shit to watch, but I intentionally held off because my list was already too fucking stacked.
Yes. So I would love to do a watch party this year, which means I'm not going to talk about the main reason that this is on my list. I will shade it a little bit in that this movie did something with its like finale, with its conclusion, that I have never seen a found footage movie do. And it did it in such an interesting, compelling way that it like stuck with me afterwards for a very long time. And I was thinking about like how this is how you do found footage, right? Like this is effectively how you should use this like canvas, this paintbrush to like affect your audience. Like this is the kind of like almost bringing found footage to like an artistic level. And I'm like, I dig it a lot. So yeah, because of that, Incantation number 8.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I highly recommend it to people if you want to watch it. I will say it's like I don't necessarily think it's super scary because I personally don't get scared by horror movies really anymore. Like it's very rare for that to happen to me, but I can recognize that like it does a lot of really compelling things. There are some really interesting visuals. It does a lot of like, you know, yeah, it's fascinating. The kind of like cyclical build up to the finale is just it's so good. Anyway.
Hell yeah.
Number 8.
Love it.
So for my number 8, it was potentially going to be a tie instead, but I decided to not do that. And I didn't want to bump out my 9 and number 10 slot. But my number 8 is One Cut of the Dead. The tie was going to be with Train to Busan.
Gotcha.
I didn't want to have 2 indie foreign film zombie movies on my list, which is why I of the 2, I picked this one because of how wholesome and fun the finale of this is.
Yes. Honestly, I considered putting this one on my best. This was on my list of like contenders. The only reason I think I didn't was because I think I would have preferred knowing or like having some hint as to the twist going in. Like I think it would have been more. I think watching it a second time, I will appreciate so much more. I actually haven't sat down and watched it again, but yeah. I know you loved it.
I did, and yeah,
I remember sitting down to watch it and being like, "What the fuck is wrong with James?"
yeah, and like even with that first chunk of the movie, as rough as it can be on your first watch, I do also appreciate just the technical insanity of filming that 40 minutes without fucking cutting. That must have been a fucking nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on Shudder. Watch it or don't. I don't care. I like it.
You should watch it. It's great. It's genuinely really, really good. Like just know that like the beginning is a setup to a punchline. That's the only thing I wanna. That's the only thing I would have loved going in to have known that like the comedy part is coming kind of thing. You know, like
yeah. Wait for the 42 minute mark. I know that sounds like a steep price, but it's worth it.
It's worth it.
So that I don't really have much else to say. Just I love how wholesome and fun the final chunk of that movie was.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects that the final act brings together, and it does so very well. It's a good flick.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, I get to talk about something.
Oh, hey.
And it kind of rolls right into the same idea of soul bleach, of some good vibes and nice positivity and a little bit of light in the darkness with all the violence and imagery that we consume on a daily basis. Sometimes you just want to go on a wholesome adventure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to look at a good pair of thighs while you do it.
Let's go, Siza!
Atelier Ryza, Ever Darkness, and the Secret Hideout.
This was a potential honorable mention of mine because I didn't get far enough into it, but I do plan on revisiting it. It's a fucking wholesome game.
Beautiful.
This game is just so cool. Like, the jokes aside, like, they've got a cute cast of characters, but this game has just such a lighthearted little approach, which
it's so low stakes.
I'm led to believe is a constant trend throughout the Atelier series, so I'm interested to try a few more of them out. But the major gimmick of this game is just digging into the crafting. It's a game kind of built around an elaborate crafting system that's got some really interesting levels of depth to it. And it's not like super difficult to get into. Like, I guess some of the other Atelier games have a much steeper learning curve as far as like how to do the best levels of crafting. But this one has a very smooth introduction to it. You work out the gimmicks of it pretty quickly, and then you're just along for the ride as this spunky, adorable character with her friends getting into trouble and hunting down monsters, and it's just wholesome. It's just so good.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fun romp. You're not getting anything heavy about it. Like, it weirdly enough does become a fate of the world story, and it didn't really need to, but it's okay that it did.
Yeah.
It's just a really good time. I'm probably not going to go too much deeper into it because we're going to be seeing the release of Atelier Ryza 3 this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I will definitely be finishing 2 and 3 this year. So I think I'll say more about the franchise as a whole when we get to that point.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
But I had a really fun time playing Atelier Ryza. It was just the kind of breath of fresh air that I needed to kind of like just lift the spirits. You know, I think I like as soon as I started playing this, I told my two wonderful co-hosts here, like, I just need to get away from all like the brutality and shit for a while and I just need to farm.
Yeah.
It felt good.
The one thing I want to interject, because Kat, like, her motivation for becoming an alchemist is fucking amazing. She sees another alchemist use like a potion thing that causes something to explode, and she thinks the idea of something exploding is so fucking cool, and she wants to make things explode.
I love her.
That's her motivation for becoming an alchemist.
Every other time you've got that, it's like, oh, like, you know, I want to use the Philosopher's Stone to like turn shit into gold, or like I want to cure the sick of their ailments. Ryza's like, yo, I could get up to some crime with this. Ryza's like, adorable. I can cause some real chaos.
It's fucking adorable.
Yeah, great cast. Yeah, Ryza's an amazing protagonist. You got a stupid little Melvin on the team.
Oh, yeah.
Claudia's best girl.
You got the fucking himbo dude.
Oh, redheaded himbo guy. Oh, yeah. It's a great game. Atelier Ryza, Ever Darkness, and The Secret Hideout is my number 7.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. All right. My number 7?
Yep.
It's higher on somebody else's list. Go!
Hey. All right.
The suspense was killing me.
My number 7 is frequently cited as the best game in this particular franchise. Partly sometimes as a meme, partly sometimes as genuine. And that game is Jack Bros. It is a spin-off to the Shin Megami Tensei franchise. It is
interesting.
It is a dungeon crawler. It was on the Virtual Boy, Cat. It is unironically the best Virtual Boy game. It's just a fun little dungeon crawling romp. It is a little fucking hard, and a little fucking frustrating, but it was charming, and it was fun, and it's got a boppin' fucking soundtrack, and it's very light-hearted in terms of, like, its plot. The basic premise is, like, every day on Halloween, the fairies get to visit the real world, and they have to be back home by midnight, otherwise they disappear forever. And the Jack brothers, Jack Frost, Pyro Jack, and Jack the Ripper, they always push it a little too hard with their partying with the humans, and it's 11 p.m. and they got an hour to make it home before they disappear forever. And you gotta go through like 6 or 7 dungeons and make it home in time before you disappear. And it's just a cute little game. Looks pretty good for a Virtual Boy game. Has a bopping soundtrack. It's fun. You get to
play as best boy, Jack Frost.
Yeah, you get to play as Jack Frost, Ink's son.
Aww.
It's great. It's charming. It's fun. It's a little fucking hard, just like typical Mega 10 games. But it's not an RPG. You just go around and you shoot shit and go through a dungeon and try to collect time. Like, that's the other gimmick. You don't even have a life bar. You have a timer. So you have to, like, progress through the floors of the dungeon, and you have a timer. And if the timer hits 0, you die. And you pick up time as, like, to get more. But every single time you get hit by an enemy or a trap, you lose time. So it's this little bit of a stress thing. But, yeah, it's fun. It's neat. I would love to see this ported to another console and maybe given proper non-red and black graphics.
Mm-hmm.
But this was the perfect game to play on Halloween. It was neat.
Hell yeah, good pick. I was wondering about that one making an appearance on your list, and it's nice to see it a little on the higher up side.
Yeah,
I thought it'd be like honorable mentions, but damn, you dug it.
yeah. No, it was a lot of fun, and I want to go through it again on Halloween of this year to check out Pyro Jack and Jack Ripper. And I know there's a fourth playable character who's Pixie. So like maybe I could do all three. We'll see.
Nice.
All right, good pick.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, number 6. This is one that the first time I digested it, I knew I really liked it. I didn't know if it was in the ranks of the 10 best, but the more I sat on it, the more I came to appreciate it. Obviously, the source material that it is playing off of is something very close to my heart, which you all would know
Koikatsu?
if you listened to the first annual Golden Rockos, in which I spoke the highest praise of Cyberpunk 2077. Number 6 is Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Nice. I still haven't seen it, but I want to.
This is
okay.
This is a Netflix original anime series from Studio Trigger, who brought us the delightful romp Kill la Kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Edge Runners takes place in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe and breathes to life all the beauty and scuzziness of Night City. It really brings you into this universe, and it is absolutely a love letter for the people who played the game.
Yeah.
It loves to every location in the anime is directly pulled from like a street corner of the game.
Nice.
You can track every single piece of the anime in the game, which is just so cool.
That's beautiful. Small shout out to my husband, because he actually has some art in Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. He was commissioned with a group of other artists that he knows to do. I think they were each commissioned for 5 of the billboards. So
very cool.
5 billboards, and so if you've seen Edge Runners and you saw the cat therapy billboard, do you remember that one? Seeing a picture of a cat with like some cybernetic stuff on it.
Oh, I think so. That does sound familiar.
That is Will's, and that is
awesome.
The cat is based on Tybalt.
Beautiful.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's such a fantastic little story. You know, mercenary and his crew getting into an in over their heads adventure. There's a little bit of a shift that takes place about halfway through the series that I will not spoil anything about this, because I fully believe if you're an anime fan, you should just check this one out. But there's a bit of a time skip that goes on, and I can see the tonal shift of it maybe messing with some people who are getting involved, in the storyline, but ride it out. It's fucking great. Really colorful, diverse, interesting cast of characters.
Nice.
I've spoken ad nauseum on the podcast before about nothing gets me going better than a team of people between the numbers of like 6 and 10 who all get along like total bros and have unique personalities or weapons. And this is fucking one of them. You get the crew, and each one's a specialist, and one's the fucking weirdo, and one's the quiet brooding one, and one's the loudmouth leader with the grenade launcher arm. It's just like, yeah.
Nice.
And Studio Trigger's like, yeah, and we got this spunky psychotic short stack with a shotgun and pigtails. And the writers are like, can we like talk about this character? And Studio Trigger put their foot down and said, quote, no, the loli stays.
Yeah.
God bless
Jesus
them.
Christ.
Fucking
And
Trigger.
I'm glad they
Amazing.
did, because unironically, she is the best character in the show. Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a strong number 6.
Nice. Yeah. Very good. Love it. Okay, my number 6. So, this was actually the only film this year that I saw in theaters. Because I'm still pretty opposed to big public gatherings, especially in indoors. So, I've been very, very peculiar about which films I see. And this one I feel like is kind of prime Goon Squad material because we dig so much on multiverses here. So my number 6 is Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I must say that you are talking to the right audience because this is my number 9.
I knew it. I was just about to ask actually if it was on your list. I don't think James has seen it yet. So that just means we have to show it to him so that it can be on his list for next year.
Oh yeah, fucking great movie.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I want to watch, but I've been holding off on.
Yeah, but it is. Oh god, it's a brilliant movie. It's like I cried so much during this film. It is so good and so heart-wrenching. It's you've got is kind of a piece of shit. Like, really? I mean, that's kind of the best way to describe her. She's awful. She's kind of a failure at like a lot of different things. She's failing to keep her business running. She's failing at her marriage. She's failing her daughter. She's like, she's kind of a piece of shit. And but it's essentially all about sort of like there's a very grandiose plot that happens that involves multiverses and like a lot of very insane jumping between universes back and forth. But ultimately it's this like really beautiful character study of like this woman and all of the different things she could have been. And like ultimately it's about her accepting who she is and trying to be the best self that like her circumstances allow. And it's so beautiful.
It's a movie about missed opportunities. It's about making the best of situations. It's about family.
Shout out to Joey King because of multiverses.
Yes, shout out to Joey King.
Shout out to Joey King.
Yeah, and I just like the line that still gets me like always is there's a multiverse where she did not follow her husband to America and instead stayed in China. Yeah, and like became a famous actress. So she's like rich and famous and wonderful, and like she runs into him again because that's kind of always the point of multiverses, right? Is that like not necessarily that you're fated to know people, but that like circumstances always kind of like bring you into the same circles.
Stand users are drawn to stand users.
Exactly. And sort of like while like, as she's kind of like jumping between universes trying to like get abilities from her different selves, she sort of ends up like seeing him again and they're like talking together. I think like I don't even remember necessarily like the whole context of this scene, but she sort of spills the beans on like everything. I think it's after she died, right? Like in one of the other universes. So she's like getting like rocketed through a bunch of them and she's like freaking out in this one and like just trying to hide from the villain who is her daughter, twist. But the line is just, even though you've broken my heart yet again, I wanted to say in another life I would have really liked just doing laundry and taxes with you. And it's just like, even now I'm like, I can barely say that line without crying because I'm just like, it's so beautiful and so like
nice.
It's just a wonderful, wonderful film. And it'll break your heart. It'll make you cry. It's hard to watch too. I think it's like, it very much gets into mother-daughter familial relationships that are hard to see. I think too, if you I also don't know necessarily like I don't think this is the case. I think this movie still resonates with people who did not grow up with like Asian families. Will wanted to see it specifically because of that. I know that just from like my experience with like being in his family for 10 years, it has like a lot of stuff that happened on screen. I was like, yeah, like, like I recognize that. That's a very Asian grandpa thing to do, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I still think that ultimately it's a very human story, and that the specifics don't matter, and that I think you could still get a lot out of it, even if you are not, of Asian descent, or like even if you've never owned a rice cooker, kind of thing, right? Like it's like you're still gonna get sort of like what they're driving at, and it is hard to watch, right? Like that is the point. It, like, because I actually had this discussion with Caroline, because she was very much like, I think you only liked it because of your family ties, because I couldn't watch it because of my family ties. And I'm like, no, like, I don't think that's it, right? Like,
Sure.
I don't think I was just excited to see, like, oh, like, my family represented on screen, right? Like, I think it was literally just like, it's just a good film. And it's, it even if you have a flawed protagonist, I think it's just
I
a
think
very good film.
I haven't seen it, but I can already just say that, like, at least for me anyway, having a flawed protagonist is much more interesting for me.
Yes.
And I've been a fan of Michelle Yeoh's for fucking years. Like, ever since I saw her in Jackie Chan's Super Cop.
Oh my god,
she is a literal fucking goddess.
Yeah, she's fucking wonderful, and like,
she's fucking brilliant.
even if I didn't know anything about this movie, just the fact that she is headlining this movie had me interested, because I am a big fan of hers.
Her father is National Treasure James Hong.
Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China, let's go! And I know Short Round's actor. I don't know his name. I know he's in it, and supposedly he's really fucking good.
That's her husband.
Yeah,
he's really good.
Stellar.
And I will also say that, like, the actress who plays her daughter, I had never seen her in anything before. Holy shit!
Beautiful.
Holy shit!
She's wonderful.
Yeah,
she is the range on her.
Nice.
I am like, I cannot wait to see what this woman does for the rest of her career.
That's what Michelle Yeoh was saying in like all the press for the movie. She's like, okay, everybody who's saying I'm great, I appreciate that. You need to look at my co-star.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, yes, like just I genuinely, like, she is gonna, if she is not a star at Michelle Yeoh's level, or like, higher, something is fucking terribly wrong with this timeline.
Yeah, this is a movie that I really wanted to see, and just for whatever reason I never got around to it, and then I've had a lot of opportunities to see it, but I've deliberately chosen not to, just because my list was already so fucking stacked. And I wanted to save some shit for 2023. Like, there's a lot of stuff on my honorable mentions that I didn't mention, because I wanted to, like, save it for when I would have proper time and shit like that.
This was a hard year to narrow down, I think.
Yeah, this was
ultimately there like my top 3 I think were really easy for me, but like, picking out the rest, I was like, whew.
I counted, right, the like, I did bring up my Excel sheet, right? And I counted, like, my list of honorable mentions. I rambled off on, like, 10 of them. Overall, there were 20 potentials of honorable mentions. And in terms of, like, stuff that, like, I didn't finish, like, Disco Elysium and Ryza already got brought up, but there's 8 others that I didn't finish that I really want to, like, I didn't want to bring it up because it's like, they're so fucking good. I'm going to put them on hold and wait. And I had this whole fucking list of other movies, like, or just material like Cyberpunk and Everywhere, Everything, All at Once, of just stuff I desperately want to consume, but just, this year's already fucking stacked. I'm eating too good. I need to save something in case 2023 turns out to be a barren wasteland of garbage.
Well, well, all right. Lee and I are gonna make you sit down and watch Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I'm done. Let's make it a fucking podcast.
I'm
gush about it more.
I'm gonna sob my eyes out. And
Beautiful.
Again, and it'll be fucking worth it. But yeah, Yeah, everybody should watch this. It's a good movie.
Good shit.
Beautiful.
Yep. All right, that was my number 6.
All right.
Abs, what you got?
My number 6 is my 2022 Game of the Year.
Ooh.
It is the game that came out in 2022 that is my Game of the Year, and that is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, baby.
Hey!
Nice.
I don't know if I've really ever mentioned it too much on this podcast, but I'm a fucking huge Ninja Turtles fan. Like, my diet as a kid was TMNT, Godzilla movies, and Universal Monster movies. Like, that was my shit. And I fucking adored Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo. And the moment, like, I'm kind of very against licensed games for the most part at this point, because I feel like a lot of them are like big AAA licensed games that take away from development of other games. Like, I don't want to like poo-poo or shit on people who are like super excited for something like the Guardians of the Galaxy game that Eidos Montreal did. But like when I saw that got announced, I was like, cool, that means I'm not getting another Deus Ex for years. Or like when Indiana Jones got announced by Machine Games, I was like, great, this means I'm not getting another Wolfenstein for years. But this is a little indie dev that made this thing, and they poured so much heart and fucking soul into this goddamn game. They brought back as many of the original voice actors from the original animated series as they could, so like all the Ninja Turtles are voiced by their original actors. It plays just like Turtles in Time and the first TMNT arcade game, just 6 players, because now Splinter's playable, and April O'Neil's playable, and Casey Jones is fucking playable. It is a packed fucking game. There's 16 goddamn levels, and there's so many fucking bosses in this game, some of them whom I don't even remember being in the animated series, like Tempestra. Like, when I saw her, I was like, who the fuck is Tempestra?
Yeah, she's in like one episode or something.
Yeah, it's like so many deep cut references, and just the OST is such a fucking banger. And then
Wu-Tang!
They got fucking members of the Wu-Tang Clan to do a brand new 2022 TMNT rap for its theme. Holy shit! They got Mike Patton from Faith No More to do a cover of the classic animated series TMNT theme. Like, there's so much fucking heart and soul and love pumped into this fucking arcade beat-em-up thing. I fucking adore this goddamn game. It's a quick playthrough. Arcade or story mode will take you like, I don't know, an hour and a half to 2 hours tops. But at least for me, with all the different playable characters and how fun it fucking is, and they just added in like custom games so you can like really fine-tune your arcade experience, and all that other crazy shit. Each turtle has like unique taunts and animations and move lists. It's god damn, this game fucking slaps so fucking hard.
Yeah, I'm not even that much of an arcade beat 'em up guy, and this game was fire.
Yeah. It's the game.
Same.
It's chaos playing it in 6 players.
Oh, yes, it is.
But it's so much fun.
You can't tell anything that's going on.
Yeah, you have no idea, and you're just steamrolling through everything, unless it's on like super hard difficulty. But it's so much fun.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
And shout out to Bebop and Rocksteady for being a good pair of goons.
Yeah. And the fucking second to last boss is, spoilers, fighting the Statue of Liberty. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah. I forgot.
It's like, I was like, oh my god, are we fighting the statue? Oh my god, this is the best shit ever. Yeah, that's my number 6.
Choice.
My 2022 GOATY of just a game that came out in 2022. Because I don't want to spoil shit, but there's a couple games on here that I like more, but they didn't come out in 2022. So yeah.
Beautiful. Good shit. That's a really good pick.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Number 5.
All
right, time for Lee to go on his music rant.
Hey.
Oh.
All right. What a fucking year for the music I listened to. This is whittling down my album of the year was really tricky this year. There were some major releases that were to varying degrees of success. The Halo Effect, which is a new super group that was formed of ex-members of In Flames and Dark Tranquillity, got together and released their debut, and it fucking slapped. And then my favorite progressive singer and frontman of my favorite band, Dream Theater, James LaBrie, dropped a new solo record, and it just wasn't that good. But there were some absolute fucking threats this year for my favorite album. We had a synthwave album from Dance with the Dead called Driven to Madness that had an intro by John Carpenter that was fantastic.
Link me that.
Yeah, we had one of my favorite bands and Saber's favorite band, Poets of the Fall, put out Ghost Lights, which actually of their entire catalog is my number 3 favorite record of theirs. Just behind Temple of Thought and Twilight Theater. But the all-time champion of this year was a band that I just got into this year, which blew me away. They're a group called Lorna Shore. They dropped a record called Pain Remains. Lorna Shore has been a deathcore band for a number of years, but just within the last 2 years, they got a new vocalist named Will Ramos. And this young man's voice is a fucking weapon. He is making sounds with his voice that, as someone who's followed different like guttural styles of vocals and heavy music for my entire adult life, some of the shit he does with his voice, I don't understand. There is a video on YouTube of him going to a throat specialist, and they put a camera down his throat while he's singing. And the doctor's just like, what is happening? Like, this dude is medically a marvel.
Wow.
And so he released an EP. It was either, I think it was late 2021. They put out an EP. They had a single on it called To the Hellfire. And it started trending on TikTok and shit because at the end of the song, he starts screeching like a goblin pig hybrid. And it started trending. So there was a lot of attention on them for their new full record coming out. And they dropped this fucking thing called Pain Remains. Holy fuck. I can't describe this record without talking about how it ends. It ends in a 3-part, it's a trilogy ending. It's the Pain Remains trilogy 1, 2, and 3. And it's the most like touching love story that I've heard in a long time, which I love when heavy metal crosses over into that like unexpected turf of like all this screeching and screaming. And it's like, what's he singing about? And you're just like, oh, Jesus. Like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This album is so full of soul and talent and heart-wrenching moments, epicness. The entire vibe of the record, as heavy as it gets, is backed with powerful symphonic elements and orchestral elements. Everything sounds grandiose. Everything sounds powerful. It's an all-killer, no-filler album. There's not a single song on here that you skip. Everything from Sun Eater to the Pain Remains trilogy at the very end. It's a masterclass of heavy metal. This might be like, as far as standalone records, if I had to do a list of like top maybe 20 or 25 best metal albums of all time, it'd be somewhere on this list. It's
nice,
fucking astounding. So Pain Remains by Lorna Shore. And then honorable music shout-outs to Ghost Lights, Poets of the Fall, and the Halo Effects debut, and Dance with the Dead, because John Carpenter synthwave needs a fucking shout-out.
I fucking love Carpenter, so yeah, send me a link to that.
Oh yeah, that slaps. I'll show you that one.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I love it.
God, I love metal.
My number 5 is higher on someone else's list. So.
Hey. All right, so I guess it's my turn.
Yeah.
So, to no one's surprise, my number 5 is higher on somebody's list. Hey, Lee, go with your number 4.
Oh my god.
To no one's surprise, my number 4 is actually higher on someone else's
What
list.
the fuck? What the fuck?
Okay,
Oh my
let's
God.
take a moment to appreciate this. We're getting down to some dank shit in this top
We
four.
really are.
Truly,
If we're just
truly,
pushing the list up and up.
Truly. I can't. Oh, I can't. I
Oh,
can't
this
wait.
is bad.
Okay. All right. My number 4 though now is something I can talk about.
All right.
However, I am not going to be talking extensively about it because we have, not because we've already talked about it, but because we have a podcast planned already to talk about it and its entirety. But my number 4 was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean.
That's my number 5, baby. That was for a reference, that was my honorable mention of last year because only part 1 came out, and I was like, look, I love it so far.
Yes.
But I don't want to put it in my top 10 because we still have the rest of the fucking series, and it maybe, I doubt it, but it could have dropped the ball. And
it very well could have.
It very well could have, but
it didn't.
It fucking didn't. And I again, I don't want to go into too many details because we are going to do a podcast where we're going to talk about the entirety of JoJo's. And to my knowledge, Lee, you still haven't seen the entirety of Stone Ocean yet. Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing I will say is Kat was there for it, and I think it was just me and Kat. And Will, but the final episode, the ending credits, I lost my shit.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
Yes.
It was perfect.
It was oh my God. It was so, like, I mean, just the whole of it, which I know I did not experience the whole of it in 2022, but
Same.
I love Jolene. I love her squad.
He is so great. Except for Anasui. Fuck Anasui.
Yes. Fuck Anasui. But I loved Poochie. I loved like all of the weird new stand powers that we got to experience. Just like oh my God, so amazing.
This is my first time watching an entire part dubbed, and shout out to Kira Buckland. For fulfilling her dream of playing Jolene Cujo.
Yes.
And shout out to fucking Young Yeah.
Yeah.
YouTuber Young Yeah for
doing
it as Poochie. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
Poochie sounds fucking nothing like Young Yeah. Like Young Yeah has a very distinct voice. And Poochie sounds nothing.
He was so good. They were all so good. I like the voice acting for the English actors
solid.
for JoJo has like I love them all.
I still want to go back and watch it subbed because I've seen all of it subbed, and I know Jolene's voice actress was like that was, I think it's her first or second role.
Amazing. I've heard clips of her, and she sounds
it was her dream job, and
sounds so good.
Apparently, after recording her final scene, she broke down in tears, and Anasui's voice actor gave her a bouquet of roses for killing it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I don't want to go into details, but there's certain voice actors who come back that I want to hear do their lines. It's fucking Stone Ocean slaps so goddamn hard.
Yeah, and we're gonna do a JoJo episode in the near future.
We're planning to have Niku guest again. So we're gonna do like a whole retrospective and talk about like our favorite JoJos, our favorite teams, our favorite seasons, our favorite villains. Like it's gonna be great. It's gonna be like a whole fucking thing. The stars just haven't aligned yet.
And I expect with a podcast like that, we're gonna have some spicy takes.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll give a small spicy take now, just to wet everyone's whistle.
Just to wet the palate,
yeah. And I already know it's a controversial one because it's a newer opinion that I've settled on. Diavolo's my favorite villain.
Oh, that is spicy as fuck. How does he work? King Crimson work, baby.
Diavolo.
It just works, baby.
like one of my friends is still working their way through JoJo, and I've been like dying to send them that clip, and I'm just like, I can't yet until you're there. But oh my god,
it's Hecate. Hecate, if you're listening to this, finish it up, please.
Hecate, finish, please. Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. All right. Good stuff.
All right. So I guess it's my number 4.
Yeah.
I've already gushed about this a few times on the podcast.
Oh, I think I know.
I don't want to go too in-depth on it, but my number 4 is Rule of Rose.
Oh.
Beautiful.
It is
Yeah.
PlayStation 2 survival horror game. Full disclosure, the game plays like absolute fucking shit. The combat is fucking awful.
This is the one where you had to download download a save.
I downloaded a save to get bonus weapons, to make the combat more bearable.
Yeah. And like the dev team themselves are like, please do that.
The dev team are like, the combat sucks. We were really rushed. We were really inexperienced.
Yeah.
This is also one of those games where, as I mentioned earlier with fucking Kuon, this is part of that holy trinity of PS2 survival horror games, where this is one of the most expensive PlayStation 2 games of all time. You're lucky if you can find a used copy for anything less than $500. Like, it is rare. This game had its launch fucked because of controversy. Made up controversy, primarily in Europe, where people, government officials and whatnot, who didn't even play the game, but maybe saw the trailer and formulated their own opinions, started making up assumptions about the game, that it contained underage eroticism and child torture and child murder, despite the fact that literally none of those fucking things are in the fucking game. There's a sequence that politicians were like, there's a child who's buried alive. Literally in the game, it is a 20-year-old woman who is thrown in a coffin as part of a hazing ritual, and said coffin is put on an airship, so she's not even fucking buried alive. Its launch was straight up canceled in numerous European countries, which is part of another reason as to why it's rare. In Japan, this was a Sony-produced title, but because of the controversy, Sony decided to not publish it, which led to 505 Games publishing it, I believe, in Europe, and I think Atlas publishing it in the West. I can't remember the US publisher. Either way, it's a very hard-to-get game. I don't want to go too in-depth into it. The reason why I love it is because of its narrative. This is the only fucking game I have ever played in my almost 4 years of consistently streaming on Twitch, where I was in fucking tears, crying at the ending. Nice. So what I'm going to do is, if you're not down with emulation, and you're not down to spend 500 some odd bucks on fucking buying this piece of shit playing PS2 game, so I'm going to recommend a YouTube video, and I'm also going to link it to you guys as well. I might have linked it to you guys at some point.
You might have at some point, but I've since forgotten.
Yeah, it's by a YouTube channel called RagnarRox. He does a lot of super in-depth video essays and analyses of primarily horror video games. And this is an hour and 15-minute video essay on Rule of Rose. It is called A Journey Through Rule of Rose, Monsters of the Week. I think it is important to watch it if you're interested in this game. I'm going to even just throw it in the description of this particular Gooncast episode. Because I want more people to experience Rule of Rose, but I totally understand if you can't or won't play it, especially because, again, big asterisk, the combat is fucking dog shit, even by survival horror standards. It is infuriatingly bad. It is a bit of a slog to fucking play, with one of the bosses in particular, the Mermaid Queen, being a big fucking giant rage-inducing thing, where I think I used save states to get through it. But its narrative is so fucking strong. I would say that this and Silent Hill 2 for me are tied for the best narrative in a survival horror game.
Wow.
It is on par with Silent Hill 2, and without getting into details, it dives into similar subject matter. It is a dark and heavy, fucked up, depressing game, and it ripped my fucking heart out. And also, full disclosure, this is one of the other two PS2 survival horror games where it's about a young woman and a dog companion. Both came out within a year of each other. It's Hunting Ground and Rule of Rose. I played both. I love both. But while Hunting Ground plays better, Rule of Rose's narrative is one of the most impactful and powerful and emotionally draining things I've ever experienced. And for me, for horror, that's what I look for in a horror game. I don't want jump scares. I want something that just makes me feel something, creeped out or weird or emotionally drained or something. And it's beautifully written, and I cannot recommend it enough.
If Rule of Rose had a halfway competent combat system, would it break your top 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Its strengths stem from its narrative, but like if I exclude the narrative and I'm just talking about like the actual like combat,
then it's shite.
This would be bottom.
Yeah.
This would be bottom 5. That's how bad the combat is.
Okay.
But yeah, final thought on Rule of Rose is Brown, your dog, is one of the 2 best boys in video games, and the other best boy is Huey from Hunting Ground, the other dog.
Yeah.
They're both precious.
Yes.
Protect them both.
Excellent.
All right.
Okay.
Top 3?
Yeah, we're cracking into the top 3.
Yeah,
Top
let's
3.
go.
Go.
All right.
I have a feeling that we're gonna start to see stuff that was lower on somebody else's list show up.
Absolutely.
No.
All right. Well, my number 3 has made an appearance already. My number 3 was in someone's honorable mentions. My number 3 is Prey.
Oh. Interesting.
Prey did everything that these newer sequels should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it did it all right.
Yeah.
I will keep my thoughts brief because we have a whole episode on Prey in which I gave out about it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the greatest action movie protagonists we've had in years.
Mm-hmm.
A great representation of an iconic movie monster. Well paced. Great idea for a setting. And I've come to the conclusion that after putting nostalgia goggles aside, folks, I like Prey better than Predator.
Unfriending, unfollowed, unsubscribed.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wow. I remember that still being a like, ooh, maybe
No.
not.
Yeah.
I settled on
Well,
it.
I'm fine
Wow.
with it. It's a damn good movie.
Nice. It is a fantastic movie. It was on my top 10 list for a very long time and just ended up getting edged out.
Yeah,
by other things.
it was one of my honorable mentions that I did not mention.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
adore this movie.
It's
Can't
fantastic.
sing its praises enough.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've got a whole fucking rant on the podcast about it, so go listen to that episode. Fucking Prey,
Hell
number
yeah.
3.
Beautiful.
Okay. My number 3, somehow, except I'm not surprised at all, is higher on somebody else's list.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This was
So
a good
Jam.
year. This
It
was a good year.
Very good year. Yeah.
My number 3 is one of the earliest pieces of media I consumed in 2022. And I have you to thank for it, Lee. You're the one who introduced it to me. Some people might consider it a bit of a cheat, but fuck you. It's my list.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Number 3 is Kendo's Cut / Kendo's
Yes!
Cut
Oh my
Uncut,
God.
baby.
Yes!
Yeah, this is a It's a mod, which is why it may be considered a cheat. It's a mod for Resident Evil 2.
No, it's not cheating. I'm so happy.
Yeah, it's
I'm squirming in my chair.
It's
pumping my fist like Tiger Woods before the divorce.
it is a mod for the PC version of Resident Evil 2. Original 1998 Resident Evil 2. And the mod asks one simple question. What would happen if Robert Kendo, the gun shop owner you meet very briefly at the start of Resident Evil 2, who tragically dies due to zombies, survives the attack at the gun shop? And the answer is a giant fucking shitpost. This is one of the funniest fucking things I have played, so much so that despite the fact that I had already gone through it in January, I just arbitrarily decided, my Back to Ghoul list is already fucking stacked. I'm gonna go through this shit again, because it was so fucking funny. And it still was so fucking funny the second time I went through it. It is complete fucking nonsense. And considering the fact that, they play voice lines for Robert Kendo, Cat, but they literally only have, a small handful of lines to work with. He has, 5 lines throughout the entire game.
Of course.
So they keep having to recycle these lines, especially as Kendo cries. And it's the funniest fucking shit. It is fucking absurdist humor. This shit is nonsense.
Yeah.
But there's also somehow a well thought out multiverse plot in it. You might have seen bits of it, Kat, through clips or from me streaming it.
I tuned in once or twice to a stream. I want to say I saw the Tyrant fight.
Oh yeah, where it's just Leon?
Sorry, darling.
Yeah,
where it's just Leon with the Stars logo on his dick?
Yes.
There's also, in Kendo's Cut Uncut, Leon straight up gets murdered by a zombie, and then he's, crawling around, still barely alive, throughout the rest of the campaign. And there's one part where you go and you meet, as Claire, Brian Irons, right? The sex pervert police chief. And in OG Resident Evil 2, he's got the corpse of the mayor's dead daughter on his desk that he plans on doing, taxidermy on. But in Kendo's Cut Uncut, it's a shirtless Leon model. And poor Leon, even gets blown in half by a shotgun at one point, accidentally.
Oh my God.
And he loses an arm as well, and he's just still crawling throughout the rest of it to try to catch up. The ending of Kendo's Cut Uncut is or Kendo's Cut, the first one, is you're still playing as Leon, and you get to this one room that is normally locked off until Scenario B, and it's playing the Ada death scene, where Ada got smacked by the Tyrant and is dying, but Kendo is, consoling her, and she and Kendo kiss, and Leon is so butthurt at getting cucked that he throws himself into the molten lava and kills himself. And then you just play as Kendo for the remainder of Kendo's Cut. And then Kendo's Cut Uncut, you're playing as Claire, and it starts diving into Resident Evil 1.5 stuff, and there's, a mutated Steve Crocodile? It's okay. It is a fucking wild fucking mod. A 2-part mod, Kendo's Cut and Kendo's Cut Uncut. I highly fucking recommend going through them. OG Resident Evil 2 on PC is not currently available for sale, and this mod is specifically only compatible with an English patched version of the Japanese PC release. So Capcom, if you're listening, and since I'm in the Capcom Creators Program, I hope you're listening, release OG Resident Evil 2 on GOG so I can give you the $10-$20 to buy the PC version. You can find the game otherwise. I'm not condoning or encouraging that, but
we can get this trending. Fuck release the Snyder Cut.
Release the Kendo's Cut.
Absolutely.
Modders, any modders listening to this, please Make Kendo's kit for Resident Evil 2 remake. I want to see it.
Kendo is the hero we needed to face the evil of Inferno.
Wait, is Kendo in Resident Evil 2 remake?
Yeah, very briefly.
Okay.
He's only in Leon's campaign, and they made his shit a bit more tragic. Like, it's when you leave the police station before you go to the sewers, you run into him, and he's the one with the sick daughter who's infected.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
and his thing is much more tragic and much more somber in the remake. Except just
we can make it better.
we
have the technology.
We have the technology. We can improve him. Yeah, no.
I love it.
Fucking if you're unfamiliar with it, play it if you can. If you can't, watch anybody's YouTube video or Twitch stream on it. Watch mine. Watch Runebee's. Watch anybody's. It is a fucking wild goddamn ride. It is insane. And I'm probably gonna go through it again for a third time some point this year. It's that good.
Oh my god, hell yeah.
It's so good.
Fucking do it, bro.
Hell yeah. All right. Number 2. I'm only gonna say a little bit about this one because one of you still needs to play it.
Ooh.
Oh.
Number 2 is Nier Automata.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's Cat. Play it, please.
Okay.
then you can finally stop giving me shit for 9 S's of villain.
So
Jesus.
So one of the great deities of the Gooncast, Yoko Taro, blessed us.
I need a frame photo of him too.
Blessed us with 2 great gifts. Endless, limitless sadness and android booty. And we eatin' good. Nier Automata. How do I put this succinctly? It does a lot of things brilliantly with a third-person action combat system that I don't think get talked about enough. It dabbles with sort of like a parrying dodge system. It's kind of similar to like Witch Time from Bayonetta.
Yeah.
Really fluid combat, really fun combat, a few different weapon varieties. But the strength of this thing is the narrative.
Yeah.
The narrative of Nier Automata is engrossing. It is captivating. It requires multiple playthroughs in different scenarios from different viewpoints to get the whole story. And while this next statement is going to sound cryptic as fuck, it is the way that Saber phrased it to me, and it is accurate and doesn't spoil a damn thing. It is one of the most powerful endings to any piece of media, but can only be done in a video game.
Yeah. Hands down. It is I don't want to spoil it, but like it's the ending, the proper ending of this game can only be done in video games, and it's something that I desperately want to see video games do more of. And it is quite possibly one of my, if not my favorite video game ending because of it, and it is just so emotionally powerful to the point where, again, not spoilers, and I'm not even saying if it's happy tears or sad tears, but I can't even listen to that ending credits theme without tearing up anymore. It is insane what they managed to accomplish. It's the first time Taro's writing has ever been matched by good gameplay. Because, as I've mentioned before, like with one of my top favorite games of all time, Taro's work is notorious for having really mid at best to really shit gameplay. Usually due to budget or time.
Or just being titled Drakengard.
But Automata, it was in the unique position where a talented dev team was given the reins to Taro's work. And I've mentioned it to you guys off Gooncast, but the only reason why this game exists is because of Taro's producer friend, Saito. I forgot his first name. He's a big wig producer on the Dragon Quest franchise, and he's worked with Yoko Taro constantly. And at some point, before Automata was greenlit, he approached the higher-ups at Square Enix and flat out told them, if you don't let Yoko Taro make another game, I quit.
Damn.
He gambled his entire career on that, and somehow the team, they got Platinum Games involved, who's a very talented dev team outside of an occasional miss, and it was given an appropriate budget, and it was given an appropriate dev time. And yeah, I'm so glad this is on your list, Lee, and I'm so glad that you finally got to play it, and I really still want you to play it, Kat. I really want you to play it. I know you will.
Everybody calm down.
I gifted you this game right before the pandemic started on my birthday.
I know.
And it pissed you off because you're like, what the fuck, this is your birthday.
Yes, it did piss me off.
Yeah, it's like, I'm starting the stream. It's like, oh, by the way, Caroline Cat, here you go. Like, you motherfuckers.
Yes. Oh my god.
This game
and it's got an anime coming out too soon.
Yeah, this month.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely astounding game. Incredible story. Why Yoko Taro wants to make me feel this way, I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know why he wants to hurt me.
That's just Yoko Taro, man. And
I do.
My favorite thing about him is he still does not understand why he has a fan base.
No.
Yeah, especially pre-Automata, where he's just like, my games are terrible. Why do people play them? And like all of the promotional stuff too, which I love about him, is he's constant, like his composer that he's been working with since Nier, right? The music in Automata is great, and the music in Nier and Drakengard 3 is great. And he constantly shits on his composer just by like, my composer's too good, he wins too many awards. Please stop telling him he's good. He's getting an ego. The same thing with like Saito. Is like, Saito's too good of a producer. Stop it. Stop giving him praise.
Well, he's right. The soundtrack to Automata is one of the most well-rounded, like perfect gaming soundtracks I've ever heard.
It's fantastic.
A beautiful song, Despair. There's so many bangers.
Bipolar Nightmare.
Bipolar Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yes.
God. Well, I want to know the. Hold on. I have it on my fucking.
And of course, what's the song that your waifu sings?
Song of the Ancients' Fate.
Song of the Ancients.
Although that's Song of the Ancients' Atonement, but still, it's still in the game. What is it? Birth of a Wish / Become as Gods. Holy fucking shit!
Gods, yes.
It's so good. The OST is so good, and it is just like without spoiling it. Like just going into Bipolar Nightmare, Cat. It plays with a boss fight, right? And every single one of the boss's attacks is synced up perfectly to the song, because the boss is a robot opera singer, and this is a dance.
Beautiful.
It is incredible. Like, you are her dance partner, and you have to like counter her via this. It is incredible.
That one's a beautiful song, but yeah.
Just goddamn.
Amazing. I'm happy for both of you, and slowly backing out of the room.
No, you're playing it. God damn it! I don't care if I gotta tie you down or gift it to you on Steam so you have 2 copies of it. God damn it!
Don't even think about it.
I'd like to point out that I'm the one with Nier on their list, and I'm not being nearly as freaky about this as Saber is.
I know.
Listen.
With that being said, I will help him down.
You're playing it, all right?
All right.
I want you to understand why I made 9S a villain.
Listen.
It's
After Pentiment, I do technically have plans to.
Don't make any promises. Don't.
I have plans to start Disco Elysium because y'all talking about it and enough other people talking about it are like, this is the game I need to play. But
it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Great piece of music. Great piece of storytelling. Yoko Taro is too wonderful for this world. Everyone's like, Oh man, how do you feel about like your characters getting looted in like Rule 34 art? He's like, that's ridiculous. Send me all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's literally a tweet because
Bless
there were
you.
also people who were like, there were people who were bitching about it as well. And he's like, I keep hearing about like all this Rule 34 art of these characters, and it's kind of a pain to like try to track it all down. So if somebody could like download it all and put it in a zip and send it to me, I would greatly appreciate it. And then like a day later, he just tweets out, "The internet is wonderful."
Bless you, Yokotaro.
I love that
God.
man. Like
Yeah.
one of my favorite comments from him was from the director about the director of the Nier mobile game, Nier Reincarnation, and this was like in the announcement like thing, like it's a press conference announcing it, and he just straight up goes, "Yeah, I really hate this game's director because he's more attractive than me." I fucking love this man for just not giving a shit and just being a giant walking shitpost.
I love him. So yeah, in so many words, Nier Automata #2.
Beautiful. I love it. Fantastic. Okay, my number 2. Probably to no one's surprise. I had actually planned to rewatch this before the podcast and sort of ran out of time and sort of never got in the right headspace to. But
That's a feckin' lie.
no, you're wrong.
Oh.
Yeah. So my number 2 is Mad God.
Oh.
Yeah. I talked at length about this when we did our podcast episode about it. I was the one who recommended this movie. It is still free on Shudder, so I still highly recommend it. And just
I didn't like it, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I love animation. I love stop motion animation. And much as I enjoy the work of studios like Laika or studios like the Wallace and Gromit studio, I forget what the actual studio name is. I'm tired of kids movies. I want to see animation that is more grown up. Like I like the way anime handles it, where they've got basically anime is just it's a medium, right? And it's got countless fucking genres, and I want to see more of that in mainstream. And Phil Tippett is a fucking genius.
He really is.
Yeah, just like mind blown. I can't wait to. I'm probably gonna pick up the like Blu-ray or like Steelbook or something for this, because I'm just like this movie brought me back to my roots as a former animator, especially a former stop motion animator. It's everything that made me fall in love with that genre. It's a horror movie on top of it. It's just art, whether you love it or you hate it. Like, there is so much artistry in this movie.
100% agreed. Like, again, I didn't like it, and I don't know why I don't like it, but I still highly recommend it. And on a technical level, that movie is astounding.
Yeah, it is. I believe, 27 years in the making or something like that, right?
Something like that.
He started it
27,
a long time ago.
Yeah, beats. It's that means it's what twice as good as Boyhood, because Boyhood took 10 years to make.
Exactly. Yeah. By that metric alone, is the
on
means
the Boyhood
by which we
scale.
judge. Yeah, it's 2.5 Boyhoods.
Yes.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, it's like I want to see more of Phil. I want to see more animators, more artists inspired to do what he does, and to get the opportunity to do what he's done. I want more of it, and I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait. So
yeah, it's a hell of a movie.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a movie.
Yes, I'm very grateful for all of you for joining me on that. And indulging me.
it's the only movie or thing that I have experienced this year where I didn't like it, but I don't regret it.
Yeah.
Again, I probably will rewatch it, and maybe at some point I might like it, or maybe can properly articulate why I don't like it. But it's something that sticks with you, and at the very least, on a technical level, everyone should see it. It's weird and fucked up, but it is so technically impressive.
Yeah, I know I mentioned this to the two of you, but I can't remember if I said it on the podcast. Mad God is the third movie now in my tier of films that are fantastic, and I never want to watch them ever again.
Yeah, you mentioned that on the podcast.
Requiem for a Dream, Grave of the Fireflies, Mad God.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Great fucking films, all
Great
of them.
films,
and I have no desire for varying reasons to see any of them again.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that's my number 2.
Oh, right. Yeah. Rock on.
Yeah.
Well, my number 2, to no one's feckin' surprise, is The Banshees of Inisherin.
That was my number 3.
Hey.
All right, that's my number 8.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah,
it's a good fucking movie or something.
This
is hands down my favorite film of the year. I'll keep it brief. Watch it. It's on HBO Max. Or rent it. I don't care. Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson, Martin McDonagh as the writer-director. You will feel like shit when you watch it.
Yes.
It is a feels-bad comedy. I cannot stress that enough, because as we mentioned in the podcast, I watched it a second time in a watch party, and I kept stressing to Luke-Lee and Greedy Kumquat that you are going to feel like shit. And they underestimated it.
They were still like, "Fuck you, Saber."
We can handle it. What are you talking about?
We were gonna double feature this with Bullet Train, and we finished this movie, and I was just like, I can't.
Greedy was literally in tears, crying and sobbing at the end of it. It is such a
that's so cute.
And Lou.
No,
And Lou was just like, "Fuck you. This is not how it ends. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is not the ending. There has to be more. Fuck you."
Absolutely. It is a fucking sad movie.
Feckin' sad.
Yeah, it is a remarkable film. Strong performances all around.
I would say that because Everything Everywhere All at Once is also a very sad movie, and I would say they are like extremely different types of sad, but still in the very like human vein of sadness, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if you watched it yet, Kat, but I threw it in the Discord. Ryan Hollinger, who's one of my favorite YouTube video essayists about like horror films, he put out one about the Banshees of Inisherin, and it's like the only non-horror movie he's done a video essay on.
Really?
And he's just like, it's kind of horror-esque because it ties because like the Banshee and like it's a haunting tragedy, but I want to talk about this movie.
I think his best way of describing it in that review, because I saw that too, he called it an Irish fairy tale.
Yeah.
Which yes, I would 100% agree with, because very strongly Martin McDonagh started out writing fairy tales.
Yeah.
And that was the genesis of The Pillow Man. Is the writer effectively is a fairy tale writer, and he used a lot of his own work, like dissecting fairy tales of like, hey, these are actually way fucking darker than they look on the surface.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How can I bring that out? And it's like, oh, you sure brought it out.
Yeah. and Ryan Hollinger, since he's an Irish YouTuber, he also mentions how it's like, a lot of this is super relatable to my culture. We're a very stubborn bunch.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And like he even brings up about the fact that how even the movie points out like multiple characters go, this entire situation could be resolved if these two people just sat down and had a conversation. But they're Irish, so they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I like almost want to show this to my dad, because I'm just like, hey.
Yeah, it's
I know I learned something about you today.
Yeah, it is a hilarious movie. It's very fucking funny, but it is also very somber and very sad.
I'm not here for licks. I'm here for the opposite of licks.
I'm here for the opposite of licks. Best not wake me dad after he's been wanking. Yeah,
I'm depressed. I'm not putting my donkey outside.
Too soon. Yeah, no, it's such a great movie. Brendan Gleeson is fucking great. Colin Farrell again.
He's amazing.
I mentioned it on
chemistry.
They have such strong chemistry, and I mentioned this on our Gooncast. I love Colin Farrell, and I've always loved Colin Farrell, even when he was like working with nothing but trash. I thought he's a very talented actor. Like,
he's very good.
I didn't mention it on the cast, but like, I love him in Phone Booth. Like, he fucking carries that movie.
Oh my god, I was gonna say Phone Booth.
Yeah,
him and Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh yeah, so good.
That's
It's
send tweet. That's it.
It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Yeah. And I'm so fucking glad that Martin McDonagh is using Colin Farrell for most of his filmography.
I am so glad they found each other.
Yeah,
that's the writer-director duo that
I was reading, apparently, for In Bruges, Martin McDonagh originally wrote it about British gangsters, but when he met with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson and decided to cast them, he rewrote it to make them Irish, just to play in more into, like, their natural chemistry and flow and sensibilities and everything like that.
Aww.
And it's like, Colin Farrell delivers some of his best work with this director. Watch Banshees of Inisherin, and just as a plug, watch In Bruges, watch Seven Psychopaths, and even though Colin Farrell's not in it, watch Three Billboards Outside of Ebbing, Missouri. All four will make you feel like shit, but you're also gonna laugh and have a good time. And they're they're strong movies.
The Pillowman is reviving in London
next
year. I'm going to London.
And I just discovered that Martin McDonagh's first film, his short film, Six Shooter, with Brendan Gleeson, is in its entirely officially on YouTube. So we need to watch that. We need to watch it, guys. I've never seen it.
The only unfortunate thing is that it does not have subtitles.
No.
So yeah, it's a little bit inaccessible, which is a bummer, but it's still, we should definitely watch it.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, that's my number 2.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. All right. Here we are, folks.
Here we are.
Number one, baby. Oh my god, what a journey it's been.
To end the second annual Golden Rockos. I'm going to keep it a little short because this is now the 4th time I've spoken about this on the fucking podcast.
Okay.
Of course, it's Elden Ring.
Yes,
that's my number 9, baby.
It's my number 5.
Fuck this game.
Look, I like how it's on all of our lists, but at a different number.
I mean, just fuck this game.
I think it really makes sense too in terms of positions. Continually.
Like if you want to hear my initial impressions, go back to the episode where we first talked about Elden Ring. If you want to hear about my more recent thoughts about it, go listen to our Top Antagonists podcast where I rant about how cool Radagon the Red is. I've had a few opportunities to talk about Elden Ring on the Gooncast. I fucking adore this game. It has one of the best open worlds I've ever played in. I love that every person's experience playing this game can be vastly different from every other person's experience.
Yep.
There is shit that you can encounter on a playthrough that other people won't find at all. And that's in the first 30 minutes of playing. Wonderful lore that, admittedly you got to search for a bit, but once you put on the gloves and start digging through the muck and pulling shit up, you start finding an incredibly deep story with some remarkable, unforgettable characters. I have thought on it long and hard because back when we did our top 10 favorite games Gooncast, I put Elden Ring at number 10 because I was very aware of recency bias.
Yes.
I said it felt like this needed to go on the list, but because I'm not sure where to plug it, I'm putting it at 10. I would now put it at 5.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
That's strong.
Yeah.
It's just shy of Cyberpunk because there are two games that kind of fulfill the same itch for me, which is big open world that you can really get immersed in. And the narrative of Cyberpunk was just too powerful, where I feel like the narrative of Elden Ring is non-existent.
Yes.
But
there's great world building there, but
absolutely, there's some incredibly potent world building. Fantastic array of unique characters, boss fights. Some of the sub bosses get reused. We all had to fight like 16 ulcerated tree spirits.
Yes.
But for every time you fought an ulcerated tree spirit, you fought General Radon. For every time you had to fight an Erd tree spirit, you had a fight against Radagon the Red or Malekith the Black Blade. Like fucking great encounters.
Yeah.
And so for everyone out there who is also a fan of the Elden Ring, then we can all band together as family. I'll shut up about Elden Ring now. That's the last time I'll mention it on the podcast.
Yeah.
For now.
That's
now.
I think a good way to put it to bed, as the number one on one of our best ofs.
Until the top 10 best waifus.
Oh my god.
or until they make DLC, and if the DLC slaps, then.
That's
true.
Yeah,
I guess theoretically that will be coming out this year, and it'll probably slap, and I'll talk about Elden Ring again.
Oh no! Twist your arm.
Yeah, you with Elden Ring will be like me with Yoko Taro and Nier.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with your assessment. I think it earned its place as game of the year for me, probably. Not necessarily. I don't know if I would necessarily call it like my personal like. I don't think it's like my favorite. It's not going to end up on any of my favorite games of all time list, but I see the appeal. I get it. I think what they did was really smart. It opened up their kind of like gameplay, to more than just challenge players effectively. As we talked about a little bit with Aaron. It was an absolute blast going through it with you, James, and with some of my other friends, just kind of like running around and cheesing bosses and, fucking making my laser go brrr and deleting people.
Yeah.
Oh, you Comet Azura users.
Yes.
Yeah, it was fun. I liked it a lot. It's probably my second favorite game of the year, but it's a big steep jump between that and TMNT, just because I think I mentioned it in our Elden Ring discussion on the podcast. I know I mentioned it in our discussion with Aaron the other day. I'm just so burned out on open worlds, and Elden Ring is not exempt from the problems I have with open worlds.
I had quite a few friends say to me that like they were about like 90 or 100 hours in, and they were like, I don't want to keep playing, but I feel like if I stop, I won't finish, kind of thing.
Yeah, I platinumed it twice.
Yes.
I did like it.
I platinumed it once, but
I can push you to that second platinum, Cat.
No, thank you.
Are you sure you don't want the illustrious double platinum? It's a lot faster.
Okay.
It's a lot faster.
I'm sure it is, Jam. I'm sure it is.
But yeah, no, it's probably of the more recent From Software output, my fourth favorite game of theirs. I really like it. It's just, again, the open world stuff got a bit grating for me by the end.
I will say it did also inspire me to. I haven't yet, because I don't think I would want to do it solo, but it has inspired me to try to go back and play Bloodborne.
Do it. I'll play with you. I told you I will.
Yeah. I'll hit you up because. Well,
I got two characters to guide you through it with, baby. Let's go.
Excellent. I played through like the first level a little bit. I've played it a little bit so far, right?
Yeah.
And already, like, from that first cutscene, I was like, oh, this is so much more my game. Because the vibe is like, it hits me. I'm like, oh, yes, please.
Cat.
Yeah.
I can help push you to max level faster because of the cum dungeon.
Sick.
I'll link you the video of the
Happy to
cum
hear
dungeon.
Excellent.
You literally don't have to do anything in the cum dungeon. You just spawn in, and
Do you ever have to do anything in the cum dungeon?
You walk like a handful of spaces and wait 10 seconds, and then something off screen dies, and then you get 90,000 blood echoes or something like that, and then you just leave and come back, and you just keep doing this over and over again.
Oh, beautiful.
So you don't have to do anything, wonderful. And you can just level up to max level really fucking quickly, and then you'll just steamroll the game.
Beautiful. All right, well, done with Elden Ring. For now.
For now.
Putting Elden Ring to bed for 2022.
Until Lee decides it's time to talk about Elden Ring again.
Yes.
Until Lee has awakened.
We'll be halfway through like the JoJo episode, and I'll be like, God, it's been a whole like month. I haven't talked about Elden Ring in a while. You know what?
You know who my favorite villain of JoJo's is? Radagon the Red.
Radagon the Red.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I have two things left on my list that I haven't talked about. One of which is obviously James's number one. But the other one is my number one.
Oh boy.
Is it really going to be any surprise to you two what my number one is?
Yeah, I'm surprised you like Boss Baby that much.
Not quite the answer I was looking for, James. Lee?
I have an idea. Go ahead.
It's Axum, right?
It's Nope.
Yeah, I had an idea.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
You watched this, what, like 7 times?
Yeah, something like that. Listen,
Look, I don't want to spoil what my number one is, even though I'm pretty sure both of you know it by now.
Oh, I know what it is.
But I mean, I watched...
No, it's my number 4.
I watched my number one in its entirety like 5 or 6 times, so I can't judge.
Yeah, exactly. No judgments here, but yeah, I mean, Nope to me just... It was everything I wanted it to be, and it surprised me in so many ways. The performances were brilliant. The themes I thought were absolutely fantastic. It was very... More so than I think any of his other movies have been for me. It was like Jordan Peele's most like comfort horror movie for me. Just because it's something I feel like I can watch over and over again, and I still get the building tension, and I still get, you know, the fear over what's going to happen to these characters. But I can still, it's fun to experience it rather than anxiety inducing, or, you know, like Mad God, it's like I have to sit there and I have to be in the mood for it to ingest everything that's happening. But Nope, I feel like I just want to put on and like not as background. I want to put it on and just lose myself in it again and again and again. Yeah, I like fucking again, I am a sucker for a good creature feature. I'm a, you know, like big fan of aliens as a horror trope, a big fan of, you know, you don't see a lot of horror movies on ranches or on horse ranches. It just checks so many boxes for me that I don't think it surprises anyone that this is my favorite movie of the year.
Doesn't surprise me at all, yeah.
Yeah.
I for a split second forgot about it when you said Mad God at number 2, and I'm like, that's not Cat's number 1? What is... Oh, that's right.
And like, I just want to say, like, again, even though Nope was one of my biggest disappointments of the year, it was in my honorable mentions list. I just didn't mention it because I already talked about it. It's a damn good fucking movie.
Very good movie.
And it's well acted, well written, mostly. Wonderful soundtrack. Beautiful cinematography. I love the fucking creature design of the alien. I love the mystery. I love the humor.
Top dollar from The Crow.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. It was a fun little creature feature that I dug immensely.
Yeah.
Outside of the one that I mentioned.
The one death, yeah. I can completely understand people who find flaws with it or find fault in it or just thought like, I saw it, it was okay. I completely get that because I think, you know, if I'm looking at it completely objectively, I don't think it's as good as Get Out.
Sure, yeah.
But for me, it just it lines up so much more with things I like. I'm you know, obviously I worked very closely with folks studying animal cognition, and most of my early career was dedicated to studying dolphins to capture their movements. So anything that has to do with kind of creatures and how they behave and what they think, or the fact that you can't ever actually know what a creature is thinking, especially not an alien creature, but you can interpret it, and you can figure out how to align with it.
I mentioned this with In Bruges and Banshees, and you mentioned it with Get Out. Well, I do agree that I think Get Out is probably Jordan Peele's best movie.
Yeah.
Even with the one thing that I didn't like that kind of took me out of Nope, this would probably be my favorite of his films. Admittedly, I still haven't seen Us. I do want to at some point.
Yeah,
and I've heard some things about it, like people didn't like it, other people loved it.
Yes.
I'm trying to go in open-minded whenever I do watch it. But between Nope and Get Out, I think I prefer Nope.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an easier watch. I think because man, Get Out is horrifying on such a deep visceral level that your brain just wants to run away from it.
Yeah.
And Nope doesn't quite hit that, which maybe makes it less successful as a horror movie, but I think it does increase the watchability. It's in some ways less of a horror movie, right? It's more of a
it's more of a thriller
or
it's a lot more fun. Get Out. I love Get Out, and I love the darker comedy elements of Get Out.
Yeah.
But I just prefer Nope because it's a lot more fun.
Yes.
And the setting and trying to figure out what the fuck this alien is.
Even though there's there is still horror. There is that absolutely horrifying scene of all of those people getting digested. So I don't fully discount it as it's not scary. It's just it's a different style of horror, and I just really dug it. I just thought he did such a good job. I rented it multiple times. I want to just give Jordan Peele all of the money in the world because I love his films. I love what he does. Even when he doesn't quite hit it for me, I still want him to keep making stuff because he's good.
We brought it up on the Gooncast, but also major shout out to him homaging Akira and then being upfront about it and geeking out about it. Yeah. Genuinely geeking out about it like an excited child was so adorable.
Also, since we mentioned Martin McDonagh and Colin Farrell, I want to say Jordan Peele and Daniel Kaluuya, I think, are also a fantastic director-actor team that I hope to see more films out of because
I think Jordan Peele has even said he would love to keep working with Jordan Kaluuya or Daniel Kaluuya rather.
Yeah, and I hope that happens. I really do.
I mean they're strong. They're really strong together.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
All right, James, take us home.
Yeah, so to no surprise to Lee or Kat, since it's apparently on both of their lists, you really are quite cute. It's Kaguya-sama Love and War. This was such a fucking feel-good, wholesome, funny little thing that also surprisingly got emotional and tear-jerking about all sorts of weird shit that we an episode about fireworks was one of the most emotionally gut-wrenching experiences of the year, where I'm fucking in tears because Kaguya is just, she can't see the fireworks, and it's no. And again, as Lee put it when we started the watch party after I'd already seen it, you start it and it's I've never seen two protagonists more hateable. But
I hated both of those motherfuckers.
But you grow to love them.
Yeah, exactly. It's oh god.
It's so intelligently written and relatable and funny, and
the dub is wonderful.
The OPs are fucking bangers.
Yeah.
It's Death Note, but Light and L just want to smooch each other.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just Death Note, Lee.
Listen, I've read the fan fiction.
How dare you?
Yeah, I've
got a good copy pasta for you.
It's.
Oh, I think I know which one you mean.
Oh God. Yeah. It was just.
Is it the if he wants me to top, he's Kira?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I've seen that one.
Yeah. If you told me at the start of 2022 that my favorite thing would be a romantic comedy, I probably would have told you to fuck off. You're full of shit.
Yeah.
But good God, man. Because it's much more of a comedy than a romantic comedy, but it still has plenty of romance elements to it.
It's a romantic comedy.
It's a romantic comedy, but it's just, God, it is so wholesome and sweet and relatable and fucking funny, and just there's so many there's just so many gags that are just really fucking solid. Where you'll maybe even hear it for the first time, and you're like, "Wait, what the fuck? This sounds horrible and lewd," and then it cuts to it, and it's. The reality of it is, like, not quite as bad. Like, the game where you pump it as much as you can, and then whoever bursts first loses, or however it's phrased.
Right.
Like, when Kat heard it, she's like, fucking excuse me? Excuse me? And then it turns into a fucking balloon contest.
No, it's a brilliant fucking concept of just two people getting in over their heads with Machiavellian schemes.
Yeah.
Of, like, it's raining, who can make the other one hold the umbrella?
Yeah. Two people who...
Fucking great.
Two people who like each other, but are too fucking stubborn to admit it, and trying to get the other person to say it first.
Yeah, it's two incredibly smart characters behaving complete idiots because they're both in love and just refuse to, like, lose face over it.
Yeah, and you get
so funny.
And you get some justification for Miyuki by the end of season 3.
Yes.
And it's really heartwarming and sweet and heart-wrenching of just, he doesn't feel worthy, and he wants to be her equal. And I know that's relatable, of just seeing somebody and you're like, this person's way out of my league, but I gotta try. But, like, God damn, man.
Yeah.
And not to ignite old flames, but, you know, Hayasaka best girl, alright? I'm gonna die on that hill.
How dare you? I am outnumbered. How dare you?
Look, if Mike was here, he'd say Chica.
Mike!
Okay, look, best girl is Papa Shirogane in a dress.
Is VTuber Papa Shirogane.
Yeah, we can't wait to get to that. Full disclosure, we know the movie came out. We haven't watched the movie yet. We're gonna wait for that to come to streaming or whatever.
We'll let you know, folks.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, you'll know.
From what I have heard, this is one of the most emotionally gut-wrenching arcs.
No.
So we're gonna feel all the feels. And it's again, the title is The First Kiss Never Ends. So yeah, and from what I hear, we get a lot of Ishigami feels too.
Yeah.
Protect Ishigami, best boy. Protect Ishigami's best boy. He's too pure. Like unironically, he's great. And his bromance with Miyuki is strong.
Oh, I love. Yes.
But again, as Lee mentioned,
I kept being like, listen, if it doesn't work out, like,
I mean, they'll make something happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exact. We have other options.
Love has a chance.
Yes.
Best tangible character is still Papa Shirogane. Best character.
Papa Shirogane is the Banshee of Inishirin.
Tangible because the narrator. All right. Yeah. The narrator's my favorite character because he just screams everything we're all thinking all the time.
Listen. I don't know if I would count Papa Shirogane as tangible.
He is an eldritch creature.
Yes. He can only be perceived because he allows us to perceive him.
Yeah. Because we've been touched by the madness already.
I just can't wait to see that bit where he becomes a VTuber. The second I saw that panel, I was like, "Oh my god, this is wonderful."
So ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
guys.
yeah,
So-
what a strong showing of disappointments and worsts and favorites.
Do we want to,
We gotta
do a
run-
summary? Do our
Yeah, we gotta run.
rundowns?
I gotta do the rundown real quick.
I think maybe leave off the mentions since
Yeah, because there's too many. Yeah.
So in the barbarian category, I had barbarian. My three most disappointing were number 3, Dragula Titans, number 2, Pokemon Violet and Scarlet version, and number 1, Final Fantasy VII Remake. My bottom 5 worst of 2022 at number 5, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, Morbius at number 4, number 3, The Sadness, number 2, Netflix's Resident Evil / Resident Evil Shadows of Rose, and number 1, oh man, just thinking about it, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. And the Valley Jesters top 10 best of 2022. Number 10, Vampire Survivors. Number 9, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Number 8, Banshees of Inisherin. Number 7, Atelier Ryza, Ever Darkness and the Secret Hideout. Number 6, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Number 5, Pain Remains by Lorna Shore. Number 4, Kaguya-sama Love is War. Number 3, Prey. Number 2, Nier Automata. And number 1, please, Lee, stop talking about Elden Ring.
Fantastic.
Good job.
All right, so my 3 disappointments of this year were number 3, Pokemon Scarlet / Violet. Number 2, The Devil in Me. Number 1, Barbarian.
Barbarian?
My worst of the year, number 5, Plague Tale Requiem. Number 4, Black Adam. Number 3, Morbius. Number 2, Resident Evil Netflix. Number 1, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2021. And my top 10 best of the year, number 10, the TTRPG The Hour Between Dog and Wolf. Number 9, Stardew Valley. Number 8, Incantation. Number 7, Kaguya-sama Love is War. Number 6, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Number 5, Elden Ring. Number 4, Stone Ocean. Number 3, The Banshees of Inisherin. Number 2, Mad God. And number 1, Nope.
Strong list.
Strong list.
Yeah.
So my disappointments. Number 3, Kuon. Number 2, Alien Isolation. Number 3, Halloween Ends. Top 5 worst. Number 5, Pokemon Scarlet / Violet. Number 4, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022. Number 3, Countdown Vampires. Number 2, Resident Evil Netflix / Resident Evil Gaiden / Resident Evil Survivor 2 / Resident Evil Revelations / Resident Evil Shadows of Rose. Fucking mouthful. Yeah, there's a lot of Resident Evil, alright? What do you want from me? There's a lot of garbage. Number 1, The Werewolves Within. Top 10 best. Number 10, Zach Bagans' Demon House / Ghost Adventures. Number 9, Elden Ring. Number 8, One Cut of the Dead. Number 7, Jack Bros. Number 6, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. Number 5, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean. Number 4, Rule of Rose. Number 3, Kendo's Cut / Kendo's Cut Uncut. Number 2, The Banshees of Inisherin. And number 1, Kaguya-sama Love is War.
Lot of overlap in our top 10. That shows what a strong fucking year it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was pretty banger.
Yeah. And it's also interesting that like there were so many of them that weren't aligned exactly because all of like despite the fact that we were all like, yeah, this was fucking good. It's like, but not as good as this one.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It was a strong showing. And I guess to end things off, as Lee suggested, we'll try to keep it brief because already,
very brief.
I'm sure listeners will already know this. This is the longest Gooncast we've ever done. By a half an hour.
A lot of shit to say.
Yeah.
I've got some. Yeah,
we actually did not go over on anything. I was keeping track of time for our like per topic. It's just we had a lot to talk about.
Had a lot of shit to talk about. Hey, it happens.
Yeah.
This was us trying to keep it brief.
Yeah, there's a few titles. I figure we're doing an end of year wrap up for 2022. We got to have our sights on a few things coming up this year. So the Valley Jester is excited for the following in the fine year of 2023. Of course, after just talking about Atelier Ryza, we got part 3 coming out this year. Super excited for that. Street Fighter 6 is looking fantastic so far. Great new characters coming in. And of course, I got to pick up my girl Cammy. We've got one of my favorite bands of all time, In Flames, coming out with a new record called Foregone, and the singles so far are immaculate. Cool. Cyberpunk 2077 and Elden Ring, 2 of my favorite games, are both getting DLC expansions, Phantom Liberty and an unannounced name for Elden Ring. Possibly the most anticipated album of my lifetime, if they decide to pull the trigger on it. My Chemical Romance is supposedly doing a 2023 release, which give me that.
Oh, yeah.
And the most anticipated game I've had in quite a while, Armored Core 6, is looking pretty fucking cool.
First FromSoft game to not be a Souls-like in over a decade.
Hell
yeah.
And if you've heard the podcast, I'm a Silent Line guy. Give me those mechs doing stupid shit with laser blades. Let's go.
There you go.
Hell yeah. My list is pretty small because I kind of forgot to really dive too deep into this one. One thing though that I think all of us here at the Goon Squad are probably at least excited to experience. There is a new movie out. I believe James Wan is at least attached to produce it or producing it somehow.
Yes, he is.
But more importantly, the other member of the writing duo, Akela Cooper, I believe. Apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong. She is the writer on this movie. She's also the writer from Malignant. Yeah. So I'm really pumped to see Megan at some point.
Yeah, it looks like fun.
Yeah. It's already out in theaters, and I know it's got good reviews so far, but I don't really trust that with horror movies.
Sure.
It's kind of but the buzz so far has been it's just insane. In a it's goofy and fun kind of way.
In a malignant way.
In a malignant way. That's what it feels like. It feels less like people are oh my god, this will blow your mind, and more like people are memeing on it, which to me is a very good sign.
That's a good sign.
Beautiful.
So yeah, I'm really pumped for that one. Another one I had been saving a spot on my best of list for this one, but unfortunately a lot of extenuating circumstances has caused the release to be delayed. It should be sometime in 2023, so I'm very excited for Sherlock Holmes: The Awakening to come out.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I contributed to the Kickstarter, and I'm just so pumped. I love these games. I can't wait to experience the next one. Especially since it's going to be officially a sequel to Chapter 1, so it's going to be a continuation of that story, but then also taking and redoing the Lovecraftian Sherlock Holmes case that they did before, and I'm just yes, give me more.
Yeah, it looks dope. And I look forward to playing it at some point.
Yeah.
I guess for me, my first 2 are remakes, actually. The first is Like a Dragon Ishin, which is it's the new entry in the Yakuza franchise, also known in Japan as Ryuga Gotaka. It's getting a franchise rebranding because in Japan the name translates to like a dragon, and they've decided to kind of go with a universal branding going forward, and Yakuza isn't necessarily the most appropriate franchise name for the bulk of the series. This is a remake of one of the Japan exclusive games that is basically Yakuza, but in a feudal Japan setting. This is where a giant meme between me and Cal that maybe you two have seen, Naked Bathhouse Battle, pops up. It's you get a boss fight in a bathhouse, and both you and your boss are naked, and there's steam covering your junk. It's perfect, pitch perfect Yakuza nonsense. Number 4, or not number 4, but the next one is Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm a little cautiously optimistic of it. I don't necessarily think Resident Evil 4 needs a remake. And like I would rather prefer to see Resident Evil Code Veronica remade instead.
Just about to say that.
But like, it's a new Resident Evil game. It's a remake. I'm very curious about it at the very least. So it's like I did want to briefly mention it. I'm sure, or I'm hoping at the very least, it'll be a solid enough game. And then finally, it's supposed to come out closer towards the end of the year. We don't know anything outside of the fact that it is a thing. But there's a new Toho Godzilla movie coming out. A Japanese Godzilla movie, baby. So yeah, needless to say, I'm excited for that shit. We probably, us dumbasses in America won't probably be able to see it until like 2024, because presumably it'll be, like, come out in Japan in 2023 and then get a worldwide release sometime in 2024. But still, like, it's a new Godzilla movie and it's from Toho. I'm fucking down. The last Toho Godzilla movie was Shin Godzilla in 2014, 2016, and Shin Godzilla was fucking fantastic.
Saber and I saw that one in theaters.
Nice.
We did.
I still need to see that, actually.
You do. It's been a long discussed potential watch party, and it is a riot of a movie, and it's a very interesting movie because it's done in a way that is not conventional Godzilla, and it's Shin Godzilla is the only Godzilla film that is a complete 100% reboot, because every single Godzilla movie, even when they kind of like reboot it with a new era, they always go, okay, the very first 1954 film happened, and this is a direct sequel to the 1954 film. Whereas, this is the first time Godzilla is popping up.
Yeah, Shin Godzilla is an excellent entry in the Evangelion universe.
Yeah, it's that.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's actually from the director and creator of Evangelion. I think this is his first live action movie, and this was sort of his decompression thing.
Like it.
It really feels like it too.
Feels like it.
This was the movie he made to help pull himself out of his depression, because he was too depressed to make Evangelion 4.0. And his buddy was like, why don't you help me make a new Godzilla movie? And he did.
And then he made a depressing Godzilla movie.
Yeah, and it's one of the best Godzilla movies. Like, it even uses music from Evangelion a couple times. It's insane.
So good.
Yeah, so like, regardless of whatever the fuck this new Toho Godzilla is, I'm excited. You just have to say Godzilla, and I'm excited. And even if it winds up being like fucking terrible, I'll probably still get some enjoyment of it because it's Godzilla.
Hell yeah.
It's full nostalgia goggles. I don't care.
Hey.
Well, damn, Goons.
Yeah.
We fucking did it. We survived another year.
We did.
Yeah.
Congrats to everybody.
Yeah, congrats to everybody. Congrats to number one fan Renzi, who's made it this far.
Thank you, Renzi.
One of our only
you,
listeners.
Renzi.
We love you, Renzi.
Even though you bully us.
Even though you bully us and you bully JoJo and you're a villain, I hope 2023 means your villain arc is over.
Oh, I deserve it.
Oh man.
Yeah, big plans for 2023 Gooncast stuff.
Yes. We got a lot of good stuff.
A lot of good stuff. Hopefully some new guests, hopefully some previous guests, hopefully more Ghoul Guts. Yeah, stuff should be fun. Anyways, we've been going on this now for over 4 hours, so let's do the sign out.
Yeah. All right, so once again, the Attack Cat on Twitch. I will probably not be streaming anytime soon, but when I do, I will probably be getting back into. I got a redemption for Scorn. I gotta play a little bit of that.
Have fun with that.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then I still need to finish out Nancy Drew. I had a good thing going for a while, and I kind of fell off it, but I will be back. I will play all of them. I promise you, or as many as I can.
You better. I know where you live.
I know you do.
I'll just scream Nancy Drew at your window at 4 a.m.
You'll be sleeping pleasantly in bed, and you'll hear a gentle rapping at your window. And
Nancy Drew!
Oh my god.
All right. And this has been your boy Lee Alder, the Valley Jester. I will be back to streaming on Twitch hopefully soon to help the Extra Life charity drive. I will be playing a series of Metroidvanias in what I'm calling the Valley Jester Gets Good series. It will be Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, followed by Ender Lilies, followed by Blasphemous, ending with the final boss, Hollow Knight.
There you go. Yeah, so I'm James, also known as Saber0307. You can catch me at Twitch at that name. Still participating, in Extra Life for 2023, super early. Got a whole bunch of shit planned, bunch of incentives that I slept on that I need to get through, and also new incentives. I looked at my list because I finally decided to like document everything as to what I've started and what I need to that I need to finish. And apparently I have started 29 games that are currently in various stages of progression that I need to finish. Technically 30 if you count the fact that no, it's still 29 if you count the fact that I have 2 separate playthroughs of Resident Evil 6 going. Kat, we need to get back to that, and I need to get back to that with Golguts as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going through Resident Evil 6 twice, so
yeah. What you need to do is stop hiding from Nomura and get back to playing Kingdom Hearts on Proud Mode.
I will, because I gotta get through fucking Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories on stream, and as also a little reminder, it's a bit of an unofficial thingy, but either if me or my team collectively raises $2,000 through Extra Life, I get to add Kingdom Hearts 2 to the backlog of shit that I need to get through. So, yeah, please consider donating if you're able to, or at least spread the link about our Extra Life team page. It doesn't even necessarily have to be through me or one of the goons or one of the other goons on the team. Find a creator you like who's doing Extra Life stuff and throw some money. It all goes to a good cause. It helps sick kids through the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So, yeah, give it a go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Saber, I just bought you Vampire Survivors.
Fuck you.
You asshole.
I literally told you I was going to buy this in 2 weeks, but, Goon, enjoy. Other Goon, thanks, Other Goon. Yeah, so, I guess that'll do it for this year. This year's second annual Golden Rockos. Strong showings all around.
Yeah.
Y'all take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Be excellent to each other. Renzi, I hope you can overcome your villain arc. Greedy, you really are quite cute. Everybody else go get fucked.
Woo.
Guys, wait, it's been 20 minutes since I've talked about Elden Ring. I've got a few ideas.
All right.
Well, the recording software crashed.
Get fucked.
Good night, everybody.
Oh my god, it literally said, Lee, shut up about Elden Ring.
No, it's still going.
Oh, good.
Yeah, everybody, bye.
Gold Mask was right.
Go away. Why would you listen to us for 4.5 hours or whatever? Go away.
I don't care what anybody says. His costume is peak tarnished fashion, and I'll hear no arguments otherwise.
And there you go.
Barbarian?
Don't watch Werewolves Within. Wait for us to talk about it.
We've got more outros than Return of the King.
Listen, we're gonna keep going until there's a substantial part for me to like end. I'm still recording, baby. We're still going. This is all going in.
Let me die.
Y'all need to stop talking for at least 5 seconds. Get fucked. All right, now we're done.
That was great.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Ooh.